OG_Biggie_T just redeemed taxes.
Go.
We're going in.
Holy moly. It's Wednesday,
been a week.
my dudes. It's been a week. It's been a week.
Already.
It has
It is
been a week.
Wednesday, my dudes.
Yes. Oh, that's a good point. Today marks the annual Pidge gets drunk and plays D&D for his birthday. But I'd not really factored that in.
Oh, you don't have any booze?
Oh no, I've got booze. Just not got
Good
much.
man.
I've got
Good
lots.
man.
Oh no, I've got plenty of
Drunk
mixer.
DM.
Fuck it, in for a bunny, innit? Get the pints of rum out.
Yeah.
Pints of rum.
I mean,
Why is the rum
Right.
always gone?
Go on then, let me find a receptacle while you do the flashback.
Steve,
A receptacle.
pages are gonna be a shushmaction.
That depends.
Yeah.
Depends what happens and depends how drunk I get.
was that cracking then?
Yes, it was.
Recognise the bottle.
Go on then,
Says
crack
Vicky.
on with your,
Right, Vicky.
with your recap.
Right, go on, Biggie.
Wake up.
Well, it started off where we had actually teleported, I believe, to Doro Yosai, and Jin went to find the highest ranking soldier guard that was left to basically get a situation report. It was then that we discovered that there was still a number of wounded, which Zephyr lended a hand to healing with some incredible rolls and use of magic to heal some gnarly wounds. Yeah. We had Azora went to, I can't remember what I did. Nothing much important. But
You went to search the bodies.
that was it. Actually found some of the poison darts and some notes which led to believe that one of the enemies, assassins, whatever you would call them, was not fully Jesus Pidge. My God, not fully on the side of the enemy.
We want to make it till 10 o'clock at least, or at least 11 o'clock.
So pocketed the darts and the notes, and then went back to Jin, who then went over to the onsen to check on, to go and see his mother's body, and Azura went with him. But he asked Azura to first go and collect his father's arm and his sword and bring them over. She took the rings from the arm and just through the arm into the ruins of the onsen and pocketed the rings. And it was at that point he presented his father's sword to Azora, who didn't want to take it, but vowed to bring honour to the blade once again. That had been dishonoured by the way his father had used it. So Azora promised to use it to defend the innocent. I can't remember what Scath did at this point. I think it was just
Scath was basically on Overwatch for 90% of the episode. He was just convinced something was going to happen, so my man was just ready.
I mean,
they're watching everything
just not in Doro Yosai.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, reasonably, my man was ready.
And Jin ordered that a pyre be built for all the bodies of those which attacked Doro Yosai, and that his own guards and soldiers that had been lost would be buried or returned to the villages. So we decided we need to find some tools to perform burials. So Scath and Jin went down to the village, and Azura went to look around where the guardhouse was to find some tools. Azura couldn't find any because the guardhouse was too much in ruins. It would have been too risky to try and rebuild, rubble through it to find tools.
Find a shovel, squash the dudes Severa just healed. Nah.
I should have rolled for it. Flip a coin.
Yeah, 50-50.
Zafira went into the ruins of the castle after speaking to Jin to look for the very important banner that Jin just couldn't do without, it seemed. Risking herself in the ruins that could have collapsed on her at any time.
Thank you for retrieving this for me. Fire. My man.
Mm. Yeah. Which she successfully found.
Mm-hmm.
And then came back outside to wait with Azura while the others were down in the village. Jin had some interactions with the local populace. The blacksmith managed to find some tools for them and said he would offer his help to bury anyone that needed it. And also told all the villagers that they could come and collect bodies of any of the loved ones later that day. Returned to the castle after getting the tools. While everyone else was building the pyre, Azura and Jin helped dig a grave for Jin's mother, and they then held a funeral where Zafira had probably the most amazing speech that I've ever heard. It was incredible.
Fucking Biggie went, Pidge went, tried to hide it by making a cup of tea, but still failed.
I was this close to breaking. Like,
No.
this close.
Yeah.
I probably would have too if I hadn't been sitting on that the entire time.
The anxiety of reading the speech prevented one from crying in the moment.
Listen.
Are you not going to read it out for us today?
Yeah, no, let's not. I'm drinking today. I want to get through it.
So yeah, and that was a very wonderful time, the funeral, and the buried say underneath the ever-blooming blossom, along with, I think it was a braid or something for her hair.
The hairpin. No one brought the pin back up. I was gutted.
I'm pretty sure that Jin kept it.
Jin kept it. Yeah, he's He's got it.
I thought, oh no, it was oils and bottles of oils that Scath had found that was buried with, say.
Yep. I kept it, but
Foraged for the hotel toiletries.
hey,
Free samples, bro.
she gotta smell good in the afterlife.
Ah, yeah, you know
Come
what I
on.
mean? That's it. Lavender and cherry blossom. All the
They
way.
also found the crystal ball in the ruins of the onsen after they were looking for the arm that was wanted back for some reason. And Zafira said a prayer, and the crystal ball had some sort of interaction with that, and I think Zafira put her hand on it and had a vision of Say being welcomed to the afterlife with Kerecekian and
Orthos.
Orcus. With a chariot
Fuck,
drawn by
it was so
cats.
hard to describe that, bro. Fucking hell.
Man, but a chariot drawn by giant cats? Sign me up.
that's awesome. Yeah.
No one's deep dived into the religious lore, but
Well, not in this one.
not in this one.
Not yet.
Those cats have been mentioned previously.
Oh yes.
There was 4 of them.
After that was the turn to the pyre, but Azura kept one of the guards that had fallen, who had tried to help, separate to tell Jin what had happened and who he was. And apparently they'd met before many years ago.
Lore on the fly, baby. Lore on the fly.
In Dragoon, when he was trying to settle some differences peacefully and diplomatically. So Jin said that he's not to be burnt with the attackers, but he's to be buried. And so Azura carried him out and went to go and bury him himself if no one else would do it.
Just pointing to the original Terrafae lore folder.
Dang.
It's all there, baby. It's all there, baby. Anyway, sorry, cool.
It was at that point that the pyre was lit and the burning of the bodies was commenced.
And the banner.
And the
Thanks.
banner.
Let the past burn.
What do you need me to get it then?
So that you could burn the past.
Yeah. It was then that our Overwatch lizard got a message in the back of his head from his sister that's been looking for steel, in a bit of a pickle. This is the last message I'm going to be able to send before my book is taken from me. We have been taken captive in Dragoon. I can't remember if it mentioned by who, but that was pretty much that message. And while he was being distracted by that message, Zafira and Jin were talking and getting close.
Smooch.
And the lizard missed it.
And the lizard missed it.
I love how you were like, he pulls her in for a hug. No, you mispronounced kiss. That was really good last session.
Now, kid. That's where we ended.
I can't remember if I've missed
That's
anything.
where we ended. Yeah.
That's about it.
I think there were some things about copper scale dragons, but I don't know if with the soldier I think that was mentioned to Sarah Zeller. while they were in the village, while you were having the rings identified, actually.
Yeah, we told Sarazil about the guard and the skin.
And you did recognise the guard that was buried separately as a person who is got that scale as well from Dragoon as well.
Yeah.
Servant of House Ixar Manafax.
Yeah. Which
If
was
I
the
recall
key
correctly.
point, which was the key point 7 being burned on the pyre but being buried separately.
Yep.
Thanks to Azura's amazing detective skills. Don't forget that. That was a key point in that was.
But yeah, I think that was pretty much it.
Scath, I'd like you to describe to me your thoughts, feelings, ideas in the seconds after that message comes through.
Probably just panic.
Capital
A.
Can I not send a message, or is it like just what was Scath?
You
as soon as you heard it? Yeah, you can. You can reply to sending messages. I didn't go through with any of that because, time was pushing on, and I didn't want to move into the next thing.
So
I like a cheeky cliffhanger, but yeah, you can. You can respond to sending messages.
So in that moment, hearing that message with everything that's going on, Scath will be confused, kind of annoyed, angry mostly now.
Inconvenienced.
Angry hearing that because it's like, for fuck's sake, why can't we just have a peace? Everything we've been through, it's like just anger at this point now.
I don't want
This
peace.
is D&D.
I want problems always. Give me an insight check with disadvantage. The disadvantage representing the fact that you're listening to a 25-word sending and not analysing someone's demeanour.
I mean, even at this ad, it was still a 14.
14. As that message comes through, you know your sister well, and even more recently, the way she presents herself, the way she acts, you know who she is. As she sent that message, she didn't sound scared. She didn't sound like, oh my god, we're in the shit, come save me. She sent this message. It's just like belling your mum when you've just arrived at a house party. You're just letting your mum you've arrived. She knows full well you're getting into some shit, but you know what I mean. So she sent this message. You get these feelings of anger and frustration. Give me I'll say passively. Passively, I mean, you all see Scath. I imagine his face and demeanour change. And you also see one of the guards walk 10-15 feet away. One of the Loctorpian guards. And starts foraging in his pocket.
So, send a message back. Because obviously I know she can't send another message back. And obviously I know it's only one way. And with what she said to Jin the other day of don't answer a question with a question. So I'm going to use that knowledge.
Don't respond to a sending with a question because you ain't getting an answer.
Exactly.
Unless you're Orin. Orin.
How many words can I send back?
25.
25, okay. Send back.
I need to quadruple check that. Because I know the sending is 25, but I'm not 100% sure if there's a stipulation on the response.
It's both ways, 25 words.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was, but yeah.
Okay, send back in a calm voice, because I don't want to panic her myself. I understand. Stay safe. We will rescue when we can. Our journey will be swift. Stay safe.
Okay. You hear Scath. I mean, would that have been mentally, or would you have said it?
I have never once sent one of these messages, so it might have been verbally.
Yeah, okay.
Because I'm like, I'm saying it. Do I think it? Do I say it? Where?
Yeah. As Scath, you all hear Scath say this.
I would say that I'm probably not there because I went to go and bury the other guy.
Reasonable. You then all, well, I guess you guys might be paying attention to Scath.
I'm distracted.
Yeah, reasonable. Okay.
I mean, to be fair,
I think
though,
Zafira
your passive
probably is
perception
as well.
so fucking
Yes,
up.
but I rolled a
You've
d20
probably
for it,
heard
and I
it.
rolled an 8. Come on.
Fair enough,
enough.
okay. Yeah.
Scath,
Smooch.
Yeah.
side eye. You see this guard has walked 10, 15 feet away, starts fumbling in his pocket. He pulls out a sending stone and he holds it to his ear. He then turns and looks at you. He looks concerned, and then the concern washes over his face. It washes it off his face. He nods. Yes, Captain. We will see you soon. Squad leader, I've just received a message from Captain Terrazella. She told me to relay to you not to worry. Cantrips are a powerful force. They'll be on their way back soon.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So they fucked up and found out.
Thank you. Soldier, thank you. Do you know how much weight you've just taken off of my heart right, with that?
Would you like me to relay another message?
Just give him no mercy.
He kind of cracks a smirk, but then maintains a professional demeanour.
Violence. Yay.
Captain Sarazello, squad leader Scath, says, give them no mercy.
Use all the fire.
He kind of jogs back over to you, and he holds just kind of disregarding kind of protocol, I suppose, but he kind of just takes a liberty and just leans close to you and holds the sending stone between both of your heads. You hear your sister's voice come back through. I've dispatched 2. Steel has dealt with the rest. I have 1 teleport scroll left.
Oh.
Make a bed for me in Doro Yosai, as I won't be able to get us anywhere else. They did get away with my book.
Shit.
Oh, that's going to be expensive.
And you see that, like, almost at the same time as you, the soldier kind of... Oh. And he takes a few steps back and puts the sending stone away. He turns to whistle to some of the other guards and then turns back to you.
Give him the salute. Thank you. Jesus.
Two of the other guards come jogging over and he takes them to one side and explains and takes them to one side.
I leave the guard to do that, and then my focus will then go towards my nearest companions. Probably, I don't know at this point, because obviously this will be at least...
Probably still holding each other, looking over the pyre at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember that part. I didn't witness the kiss yet.
Nope.
So I'll go over to them and just kind of get Jin's attention.
Yes, Scath.
Hello.
And I'll relay what I've just been told and messaged across. Is it anywhere that can be used as a bunk for Cerizella with what she's just gone through?
Plenty of officers' quarters no longer occupied. Our future guard captain, Armin, can probably guide some people to some places.
"30 to 40 feet away from the pyre, maybe a little bit more from the centre of the courtyard of the castle.
Just followed.
Over towards the ever-blooming...
Sorry, 2 minutes.
All right, mate. We'll come back to that. Azora. You carry the body of this chap out of the courtyard over towards where the bodies of the guards have been rested. You notice once again, passively, that his robe has slipped slightly. You can see the copper scaling adorning the top of his pectorals.
I look briefly at them, just taking in, looking at them, how they're showing on his skin, and I will cover him up so as to not to arrive, but just to keep his decency.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
This is me. I got a +3. Hey, 21.
Okay, you close his robes with no issue.
I'll go over to some of the guards, and I have another for burial. Do you have any plots available?
You see they
He
turn
is
and they look. Where did that one come from? He is not one of ours.
He may be dressed in the clothing of those which attacked, but he was identified as aiding your cause during the fight and warning of the impending attack.
You
to
can
us.
sense that they kind of tense up a little bit. Give me a persuasion check.
Damn. Hey, 16.
16. You see one of them's like instinctually lowered his hand towards his hilt. Not to necessarily draw anything, but just in that kind of moment of frustration. Seeing that perhaps one of those that was a part of this isn't being burnt. And they kind of nod and gesture to the other side where there's a little more space. Like this side is mostly guards of rank and other, and the other side is mostly those who probably didn't have families, kind of identified as just guardsmen. So that side is a bit more quiet. There's people paying the odd bits of respect and just giving them polite bows, but there's not like groups of families coming to pay respects or take their dead.
I'll find a space. If there's no graves open, ready, unoccupied, I will set to dig one for him.
Yeah, there's no graves have been dug. It's just the bodies have been laid out. There's not been time. That's just literally the bodies have been laid out in and amongst the rows of trees to pay respects and stuff. If you want to dig a grave, you're more than welcome to, but it will be the only grave currently, you know.
Right. I'll set him down in a space. Even though Azura is not religious in any way, knowing that this person probably has no one to pay respects for him or to speak for him, I'll just bow my head and just say to him, may your forebears guide you to the afterlife safely.
Give me a religion check.
0. 17. Come on, these dice are nice today.
17. You sit and you say these words of respect. As you kind of look down at him as he lies on the grass beneath the trees, you feel, just for a second or two, just a warming across the chest.
On feeling that, I'd probably, not knowing what it was, just instinctively take just like a deep breath in and let slow exhale.
Yeah, it's gone.
And I'll go back to the guards. I'm not sure who was on the detail of burying these people. Please see to it that he is given proper respect. He was one of us.
They just silently nod and turn back to focus on the others.
I'll head back up to the courtyard where the pyre is.
You start making your way back to the pyre. Not a minute after you've brought Jin up to speed, Scath, with what messages you'd received, you all notice 40, 50 feet away from the pyre in the middle of the courtyard towards the ever-blooming cherry blossom tree. You see the familiar sight of the changing of the airspace as it sucks in on itself and emerging from a brief cloud of smoke and air. Your sisters. Perception checks, everybody.
Do you want me to do one? Or would I not be back?
You can do it with Disad as you're further away.
22.
24.
Oh, you bastard.
15.
Beat the lizard.
You all look over instinctually, so you can see that Steel is covered in blood. She's not holding herself in much of an injured way, but you can see that she does have a nasty gash on her Like it looks like claw marks on her lower right flank.
Oof.
Cerazella, her arm, her one good arm, is haphazardly lashed behind her back, but with nothing else to tie it to. It's basically tied behind her back, and the lashings have gone round a few times and are tied at the front. It's a good job you don't need that arm to cast, motherfuckers.
I've seen his sisters. Is it just them two?
Yep.
Head on over.
You
I'll
see
let
that
go,
they're
Severa.
both heavy breathing. Go on, Jim.
I'll let go of Severa and sort of get anything left.
I'll follow Scath.
Also, head over from the other side of the courtyard.
Who looks more injured, Cerazella or Steele?
Hard
Who's
to tell at
holding
first
them?
glance. I mean, Steele's got her hand on her hip, but she seems to be trying to, in a midst of like, you fucker. Oh, it's just a flesh wound. You know, she's kind of wincing at it being there, but she's trying to help untie Cerazella, but Injuries-wise, you can't really see any on Cerazella at first glance.
Yeah. Go over and obviously help out and kind of put my arm underneath like Cerazella and just once she's got her arm freed and help her.
Well, I've not been caught in that kind of situation for a while. And now her arm's free, she lifts up. Fuck. She takes her hand away and there's blood on her hand. And you look at the back of the head and there's like a Looney Tunes style fucking like egg on the back of the head. She's clearly taken some kind of blunt force to the back of the head.
I don't have no healing pots on me.
Well, but you have me. And I'll just...
Hello, Zafira.
Hello.
See to Steele. You see her eyes kind of roll a little bit and she loses her balance but then leans on Scath.
I'll be
And she
with
just
you
kind
right
of
away, okay?
just gestures towards Steele.
Okay, and I'll...
You can tell she's leaning on you, Scath.
Okay, is he anywhere around us that we can effectively use like a bench or somewhere to sit down?
There is still the bench that Mama Say was carried over on near the cherry blossom tree.
No.
No.
But other than that, you'd have to take her somewhere. There's nothing else near the tree.
There's a lot of it.
She's just leaning on you for now, just kind of looking more concerned. Clearly concussed.
I'll be looking for something them to sit on.
Yeah, okay.
I'll have a look at Steele's gash. Claw.
Yeah. I mean, you don't need to roll anything. It's clearly Dragonborn claw to flank. But, like, it's rough. It's deep.
It's rough, okay.
This is clearly someone that doesn't need to use weapons, because they are a weapon.
They are a weapon. Okay, I'll give her my remaining lay on hands. That's 10.
Okay, you see the wounds close up. She kind of winces, expecting pain, and then it's more warmth, and she kind of looks down and exhales deep. Give me a intelligence saving throw, Zafira.
Oh, God. Okay.
Damn.
Maths 18.
Even with an 18, you have some flashbacks.
Oh, God.
Say no more.
Here we go.
I won't say any more, but yeah, you have some quite vivid flashbacks in the moment.
Jin will be walking in with the only piece of seating he could find, which is the bench.
The bench!
And he'll position it sort of like near them and just sort of like does this Nothing else,
Eh?
Scath. I'm sorry.
Steele kind of turns and just looks up and down herself. And she goes to pat Zafira on the shoulder and then realises she's got all manner of stuff under her fingernails and she's covered in blood. She hesitates on touching you. I just need a bath. I'm fine now, thank you, Zafira. Please see to Cerazella. She took a nasty hit. They came from behind.
Yes. Okay. And I'll just sort of. She has sort of an absent look on her face for a moment, but then she just sort of shakes it off and heads over to Sarazella to have a look at her head. Is that the only injury I can see?
Yeah, give me a medicine check.
Okay.
It's not a hard DC, but just for the sake of having a proper little
22.
look. Yeah. It's clearly she's took a big fat smack on the, it's formed an egg. One of them heavy fucking blows that just swell up immediately. And it's got a little split across the front. It's one of them that you touch the back of your head, there's blood, you panic, but it's not that bad. The split isn't that bad. It's more just a heavy concussion blow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll cure wounds for see if that helps the swelling go down. For that plus 10.
10.
What's it feeling?
Yeah, you focus your energy from your holy symbol towards the head, and you see it's almost surreal to watch, but knowing the arcane power, you almost instinctually and gently push the egg just back in as the magic flows in. She kind of exhales and shakes her head a bit. Oh,
I was sat her down when Jim brought that bench over as well.
You lower her down.
Lowered her down to it, yeah.
Oh, that's better, thank you. I just feel a bit sick.
And then, what happened?
We didn't really get to hear much. They, Steele, could you tell them? And she kind of turns and goes very pale. And leans over the side of the bench.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And vomits.
Nope.
Oh.
Scath will jump out of the way.
Yeah.
The
does
head
not want his-
trauma does that.
Steele looks down. She's like, oh,
Chunky.
just Scath, just pat her back or something.
I'll get some. While that's happening, I got some like cloth and my water skin, and just kind of prepare like a wet towel into like the water skin.
Oh, has anyone else got a water skin?
Yeah.
She looks like something out of fucking Carrie or whatever it's called. She's like,
Oh gosh.
she's red.
I'll wait for Zarazella to be done.
Yeah, she finishes throwing up, and then you see the colour like immediately come back to her. I think she just needed to get that.
I'll hand her the wet like piece of cloth to clean herself up a bit, and
she
then
pats him
hand
off.
her the.
I think going from heavy concussed to having it magically healed.
Yeah,
it's like quick through the
It's all
system.
whiplash,
She just
like,
just that to get it out of the system.
The lactic acid is built up.
you definitely.
Yeah. Ew, double ew. She sits up and she's kind of just like wiping her face and then just waves her fingers at Steele.
Come
Well,
on, Steve.
I was having a whale of a time. I mean, I went looking for Mum and Dad, didn't find them.
Obviously.
And then Sarazella said she was coming to get me, and then I think I heard someone say the path has been trodden or the path has been paved or something like that. And then Sarazella took a smack in the back of the head. She lost consciousness for a minute. They took her book. They They said you won't be needing this. I remember that. I think their plan was to just take us rather than harm us anymore. And then you know me, I just went batshit crazy and killed them all. So there's that.
Is Steele carrying any type of weapon?
Nope. She's just off her fucking head.
I've pulled out a water skin and I'm just emptying it over her head.
Yeah, she just carries on talking. She just ignores it. She reaches down and takes the cloth off Cerazella and just starts wiping her face with it. Cerazella's like, the fuck? Whatever. So, and then I think with all of the noise, Cerazella woke up and then... oh no, sorry. No. Cerazella got knocked out. Then she got up. Then she sent you a message. Then they took her book. Then they hit her again. And then she passed out. And that's what pissed me off. So I started hurting people. And then one of them nearly took my side out. So I snapped his neck. And then I think some of them were magic. But for some reason, like nothing, I think they were trying to throw like fire at me and stuff. But it just didn't do anything.
Look at Jin. No.
She looks genuinely confused for a minute. And then shakes her head. And then, Cerazella woke up and threw some fire back at them. And it was like watching a snowball fight, really. And then I kind of just stood there and watched that exchange briefly. And once was all said and done, then we sent messages again or whatever, and then she had a scroll. And here we are. I'm hungry, I'm thirsty. I'm no longer in pain. She just nods and winks at Saphira. And I'm no longer covered in as much blood, and she nods at Jin.
Throw my water skin as well. Just like throw it at her.
She has a big glug of it and then just dashes it over the back of her neck and just briefly just starts rubbing a bit of the blood off.
These dragonborn that attacked you, what did they look like?
Like brown-ish.
Copper?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Yeah, they didn't really get to say much more because...
Did they not say what they wanted with you?
No, the only things I really remember was that the path is paved or trodden or whatever he said, and then...
I mean,
Jin? We're all right now, but Cerazella's lost her
paved.
book. Yeah, I think that's what he said, yeah.
Can you describe what he looked like, or did you have enough clarity?
Just kind of slightly awkwardly gestures at Saphira and Azora and brown or copper, sorry. Sorry if I'm offending.
No, it's copper dragonborn.
Right. Do you know how worried I was when she sent me that message?
Well, in the heat of the moment, I suppose it's better to tell someone you're being kidnapped than just not respond. She shrugs.
Have literally, not looking at the golden band on his arm, but he would have said, I would have brought the gods down upon whoever kidnapped us.
Cerazella just kind of leans into you and nudges you. That's why I messaged you first, before they took my book.
I could say the sisters hadn't noticed the golden bangle since I first got it.
They haven't said anything yet. Between the concussion and the just ripped a few dudes' heads off, they've not paid much attention yet.
But are you okay? That's the main thing.
Cerazella looks up at you, looks at the puke on the floor, looks up again.
You don't happen to remember anything else they said either, do you, Sarah? Or what they wanted with you?
There was 8 of them.
Jesus.
They must have been sorcerers because they didn't carry spell books. One of them did say something about a house. Tsar something, I think.
Our Manifact.
It could have been. She kind of looks at how Jin seems to know more than she does and pulls her. Ugh. I just need to sleep it off, I think. But I won't be able to send you anywhere, unfortunately. I'm going to have to break the news to the boys that we're all walking back to Loctorpian. Or we could at least stay here until, or if I get my book back. It's not just
Rest
like...
up. You're guests of whatever is left of Doro Yosai now.
Thank you, Shozan Jin.
If you dispatched all of them, who took your book?
We dispatched the ones that were there. At least one of them fled with the book. I think it was those ones that were shouting about the house. That's why I didn't really hear it properly.
Once we make it to Dragoon, I can try and find it for you.
That would be helpful.
Bring it back.
It's unique. I'm sure you've seen.
I've seen it.
The plate. It was
I'll be able to
specially
find
made
it.
by the Grandmaster at the Tri-Peaks.
Unless it is protected so I cannot find it. But I don't know if that's a thing.
They won't realistically be able to do anything with it, but...
No, I mean... unless it's protected so I can find it magically, I mean.
Oh, I understand. I don't know.
I'll
it's
try.
not as if, like many wizards, if they lose their spellbook, they can just... We're intelligent beings. We can memorize spells and copy things into a new book if required. But
I'll see if I can find it.
I need that book, otherwise I've got to go back to the Tri-Peaks and get a new one made.
Okay.
I recognise the book. We'll be able to find it. Don't worry.
Get some rest for tonight. I'll get one of the guards to show you a place to stay. Both of you. I'll fill you in on what I know in the morning.
Thank you.
We'll be here for at least a couple days, I'm guessing, before we can get moving anyway. A few things to arrange, a few things to do. In the meantime, pardon me becoming all businesslike, I would recommend doubling the guard at Loctorpian tonight. They are mobile, they are moving. I don't know what they have planned, but whatever they are doing it tonight and tomorrow, and whatever their timetable might be, they're mobile.
Can anybody else cast Ascending?
One of your guards has a Ascending Stone, does he not?
They are unfortunately limited use per day. I can ask if any of the others have one. There's usually one per contingent, so surely there's got to be one more. I will. She kind of stands up and wobbles slightly and then straightens herself out. I'm okay. Starts
You
making
stay
her way.
seated. And I'll wave over one of the Doro Yosai guards.
She goes to take a step and then stops. Okay, just plonks herself back down.
You've done enough. You need a rest.
Has anyone got any food? Sorry.
I'll dig through my bag.
She's still kind of gently rubbing her stomach.
I've got some rations if that will
Yeah,
do.
me too.
Yeah, I've not eaten in a day. I
It's nothing fancy, but
didn't plan my journey properly, and I'm a hungry girl.
it's not grilled squid, unfortunately. But
Oh, now you've made it worse. No, it's okay.
I'll give you a warmer welcome to my home, but and I gesture to the castle that's in ruins behind me.
Yeah,
There's
she's
no
like
home at the
Steele's
moment.
just like been in the zone in this little group. She looks around and you see she kind of mouths like, "Oh fuck." Ah.
Welcome to my home, Steele.
Beautiful place. I'm sure you're very proud of it. It's magnificent architecture.
Yes,
kinda
I
looks at
especially like the
Sarazella.
charred remains.
Sarazella kind of sarcastically smirks and shakes her head. And then she sees the pyre and senses the demeanour. Oh, I'm an idiot. Sorry, Sarazella did say there was an attack. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Well,
Just apologizing. I would give you a warmer welcome.
I mean, I feel better now, so if you need a strong arm.
You should
Your
rest.
body's to bury tomorrow and tonight. Probably tomorrow, though.
Well, I'm just going to go have a look around. She kind of just takes
before
the
she
ration.
Walks off, I'll hand her a day's worth of ration.
She just slow turns. Just walks off, eating the ration.
That's the Doro Yosai guard that I flagged down.
They've come over, yeah.
Also, I just instruct them to find one of the Loctorpian guards and to see if any of them still have charges left on their sending stone.
There's the couple that were up at the pyre that were with Scath, and one of them pays attention to and goes with the Doro Yosai guard towards where the bodies were, where most of the rest of the guardship are. So.
Oh, and find Armin.
It will be done.
Got to promote the poor man.
Yeah.
I think you've got a few promotions to be making over the next few days.
Not enough people left to promote. A captain and guards, that will all have to do for now.
Well, we'll be here for at least a day or two to help. If we're going to have to either wait for word from whatever you're going to do, or just make our way back. But we can certainly help get things in place.
Yeah. More time now, I suppose.
It's just Loctorpian's going to be under no true leadership, and what someone could hit Loctorpian.
They will be fine. We'll get a message to them. If not tonight, first thing in the morning when the sending stones reactivate. They'll be fine for one more night. They've got the clerics. They've got plenty of guardsmen. If somebody attacks Loctorpian, then so be it. And she kind of looks up at Jin, like trying not to catch his eye, just looks at him and then looks at you, Scath. I don't think Loctorpian was the I don't think they'll be in trouble. I'm sorry, Jin.
Just being cautious.
Of course.
The work that we've seen seems almost zealous in nature. But the house that I found from Dragoon, the clan that has been, well, our only clue is House Xarmanifax. They're an affluent clan house in Dragoon.
I don't-
Their motives might be different from those that wanted to kill my father and myself.
I don't know a great deal about the houses. My interactions with Dragoon are mostly business and communication with their captain of the guard. Reporting of findings and things that need to be reported, and for the most part, Dragoon tend to keep to themselves. They're kind of quite insular with Dragonborn, and I suppose only those with lineage or pilgrimage, sorceric types that have draconic bloodlines. But we've not had any reports for a long time, apart from the occasional communication. Everything has been mostly plain sailing in the north for the longest time.
Yeah, the balance has shifted, though.
It seems so. Had you heard, perchance, it's in your travels, at least maybe down south, or in your time in Locktorpian, I don't know if you've had a chance to explore, but have you heard anything more from the guild houses?
The last guild representative we talked to was in Saugard,
Right.
and that was several weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, no news, really.
I know since just kind of hangs ahead just a little bit. Since the executives fell at their gala, of course the guild houses have been in closure. But a few weeks later, it seems that there's an upstart, an investor or financier is trying to re-establish the guilds. We've not had chance to have any meetings or anything yet. I don't suppose it's really entirely my business, but of course I do work closely with the guild houses. So if you do hear anything, please do let me know. I'd like to liaise with people that I trust. Because of course, since all of the leaders were killed at their gala, it's not really as if there's anyone in point to make agreements. It's not as if the head of the guilds is there to accept losses and establish a takeover. It's all kind of open-ended at the minute. So realistically, anyone could take over the guilds, but it's not a cheap endeavour, so there's one individual that has put their name forth. An old elven fellow, I believe.
Do you know what his name is?
I don't know, I've not met him, but keep a listen out, and as soon as I know, then we can liaise.
I doubt we'll learn anything about that in Dragoon, but keep our ears out.
Well, there's guild houses everywhere, so I know part and parcel with the process is that they will have to establish a new head of each of the guild houses before they establish the heads of the guilds themselves. I've heard that they're going to be basing themselves out of Calvados. I don't know if you've got much experience there.
None.
Okay. Well, at a more appropriate time, perhaps we can sit down and I can talk to you about important people of the past that have set things in motion, but for now, let's just worry about ourselves.
Rest for tonight.
Okay. Well, a couple of the guards filter back over with Armin leading them. The 3 Doro Yosai guards, flanked in a flying V with Armin at the front. They stop and bow, and you notice the 2 Locktorpian guards are kind of following, and they stop, and then they instinctually go to bow and then realise they don't have to and just fold their arms.
You didn't see that.
We don't do that here.
One of us. One
Oh,
of
now
us.
But you fucking salute.
I'll give Armin a slight bow.
One of the Locktorpian guards flanks round wide to come and speak to Serizella. Yes, third son.
I don't know what the next couple days will bring, Armin. But walk with me for a moment.
Absolutely.
And I'll start walking towards the ramp overlooking where the bodies are all sort of like laying out. And probably looking at some of the remaining Doro Yosai guards tending to a bunch of people.
Here you look down, you can see there's a hustle and bustle of people, but it's mostly just slow-moving couples, small families that stop. You can tell that they're looking over. There's only 1 or 2 that actually take bodies with them. Most of them are just paying respects. You see the guards are... It's not necessarily a stressful... they're not run ragged here, there and everywhere. They're more just present and respectful and responding where needed.
Armin, I don't have time to do a full ceremony. I should be allotted in this situation. These men, when I'm not around, are going to need someone to give them orders. Someone to keep things organized. Under better circumstances, I would say congratulations. But right now, I'm asking you this as a favor. You seem capable. As I would expect. From the best. But I'm making you captain, Armin.
He kind of takes an offbeat step, slows briefly, and then continues his step. May I speak freely, third son?
Yes.
I will not pretend like that is a daunting opportunity. But an opportunity it is. It would be my honour. Just hope that I can fulfill what is required.
Keep the people safe, Armin. Keep them fed, keep them organized. It's the least I can ask for now. But there is one thing I would like you to do that might be a little different from what you're used to. Under the rule of my father, you've seen these people being granted no mercy at times. Sometimes that is the way it goes. A murderer, a rapist, they deserve no quarter. But show them mercy, at the very least. Don't make examples of them. I know it's different. Sometimes it might be more natural to go back to old habits. But I will not be my legacy be that of my father's.
Understood.
Know that effectively I am currently Lord of Doro Yosai. If my father were to return, relinquish command as you should. But I don't think he will. If one of my brothers arrives, treat them as you would me. I'll put a hand on his shoulder. We'll get to know each other a little better over time, I'm sure. But for now, remember your duties. Remember your training. Incorporate the word empathy and mercy. You'll be a good guard of Doro Yosai and a good captain and a good leader to the men that are going to be below you. Maybe one day we can rebuild this place. One day.
Lord Shozan, I did have a member of the village approach me earlier. They've spent all day and all night crafting kites. I think it would be quite fitting and to allow the populace to release them.
Agreed. Whatever the way they want to mourn, Amen. Allow them that space. One of the flower fields beyond the village will make that available to them. So they can bury their dead.
Yes, my lord.
Let's worry for the morning, though. I need Captain Sarazella and Steele, her sister, to be housed somewhere. Maybe one of the officers' quarters will do. We won't be using them anymore.
So he hangs his head a little bit and then nods.
There's a lot to do in coming days. You get your rest, too. The men as well.
Do I have
Convenient
permission
shifts.
to deputise from the village if needs be?
Yes. Farmhands are strong, well seasoned. Employ the blacksmith, because I'm guessing ours didn't make it. Employ who you need. Whatever debts are accrued, we'll pay them off later.
Yes, Lord Shozan.
Good luck. Try and deal with things on my end as best I can.
He bows.
And I'll give him a bow as like a dismissal.
Still got your plate then.
He makes his way back towards the other guards.
And we'll start making my way back to the group.
Give me a
It is done.
perception check, Jin.
26.
26. As you are walking back, just kind of having a look around, imagine you'd instinctually look towards the onsen anyway. In its destroyed but slightly space cleared state. You can see near the few remaining logs from the log burner, steel's curled up in a ball.
I will make my way to her.
As you get close, she's quietly snoring.
Not having any blankets on hand, I will sort of make my way to the group. If we find a blanket, Steele's next to the onsen asleep.
So as Ella kind of rolls her eyes.
Jesus.
She won't need a blanket. You can tell by the lack of equipment she has with her. She is her own blanket.
I can imagine she's used to sleeping like that.
So as Ella nods.
Just leave her for night. She'll be fine.
No, just know where she is.
Thank you, Jin.
Maybe check up on her once in a while. She's not
You
been
need-
back from the hells for too long. Don't underestimate that.
Yes, speaking of, I did notice that. I think that's probably the only reason why the fight went so favourably for us. All of the Dragonborn favoured fire, and she seemed completely impervious to it.
When she said it, I was like,
Seems the hells perhaps brought at least one positive for her. Maybe a career in fighting fires as in her future.
I just look at Scath and think perhaps you should join us.
Well, I may just
Why?
join her, to be honest. I appreciate you making arrangements, Jin, but that is one favour we do have in Kerecekian. She kind of looks up at the moon. The nights aren't too cold here.
I remember.
yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
if you want it, there is housing available.
Thank you. She turns to the guards. If you need me... And she kind of... You now notice as that guard had flanked round the side, he'd offhanded her another stone. She kind of just waves it up. I will pass on a message, and I will be with Steel if you need me.
Okay.
Try and get some rest, Ursula.
Hardships in the short term make way for prosperity in the future. We'll all be okay. She just gives everyone a little nod, makes her way towards the onsen. You see she holds the stone up to her mouth. If anyone wants to try and listen, you can make a perception check or just leave it to it.
I'll just leave her to it. The insane
Have a
passive
listen.
doesn't pick up on anything anyway.
Nah, just leave her be.
With the insane passive, you pick up. She reaches out to someone in Locktopia,
Yeah.
and then walks away as she's talking.
Yeah, no need to listen in on specific. Well,
What a day.
we'll sort of grab Saphira by the waist and pull her a little closer. What a day.
I'm just glad they got out of that.
No. I think we know where we're heading next.
Hmm.
It was on our list of places to go anyway.
Hmm.
Now
Since
we
we
have no
can't be
purpose.
taken there now. I've never been. How long from here to Dragoon?
Would I recall it's a couple days on foot, Pitch?
Give me a survival check.
Oh, those are great. Not too bad. Well, a 14.
14, unhindered, guesstimating from the map. You reckon it'll take about 3-4 days to walk to Dragoon?
Three, 4 days walking.
Feel like we haven't walked in a while. Maybe it'll do us some good.
Yeah.
There's a few things need to be done around here, but after that, we should be able to stock up on some supplies and head out. If there are any horses left, I'm disinclined to take them at the moment. I'll need them here.
We'll be fine walking. Our legs work.
Last I checked.
I mean, it has been a little bit since we've been in a proper fight as well.
Why would you say that? Right now.
Scath.
With everything around you.
Do you want a sparring match? Is that what you're after?
I do have a new blade I need to try out.
I doubt you
Jink
want to
cracks
be.
knuckles.
I doubt you want to be in close combat with any of us, Scath.
I don't do close combat.
Exactly.
You know this.
Yeah, exactly. So a sparring match is probably not a good idea.
I never said sparring match.
You want to fight.
Who do you want to fight?
shoot. I want to shoot something.
You know,
Well-
one thing I forgot about.
Hmm.
Sleeping arrangements for ourselves. As I side-eyed a burned-out castle.
Oh, I mean,
I've got a bedroll.
sleeping under the stars.
Well, we've got a fair few days of that ahead of us. Get used to it.
Might as well get used to it again.
When was the last time we did that?
On our way to Loctopus.
Yeah. God, that seems so long ago now.
It does.
Do I remember there being an inn in the town below?
Honestly, not really. There's got to be a place you can stay, but I wouldn't necessarily say inn specifically, because Doro Yosai it's not really a place you just visit. It's not a tourist location with an inn and a tavern, and
No.
only really people that need to be there go there.
I'm sure over days we can make fashion a tent or something, but a few nights under the stars isn't too bad.
We'll live.
And like my sister said, could be a lot worse at this time of night, cold-wise. At least
Oh,
we're
we got
not
a
gonna be
fire to
cold.
keep us warm, I guess.
Yeah, you know, like you're definitely not going to get fucking cold. Quite easily just sleep out here. Just whip out the bedrolls, fuck it.
Get some marshmallows going.
I like corpse marshmallows.
Smells like barbecue. Mm.
All I'm saying is, at a certain point, that meat's going to smell really good.
Ugh.
Scath,
Scath.
we don't eat people.
Yeah, who would do that?
So anyway, what we doing?
I guess on like finding for. I'm going to be looking for a place to sort of like be able to like set up for the night. Maybe like somewhere near the burnout barracks or something like that.
If there's like a wall still standing of that we could put a
Yeah,
bed all up against.
the exterior walls are all fine. The onsen is collapsed and has been opened.
Occupied.
And it's kind of occupied. The castle is like there's still like a slight interior to it. You could probably set up in the foyer if you wanted to. It's resting as it is, but obviously to get further in, you need to either.
I mean, I can clear out the foyer a bit.
Yes, that's pretty good, yeah.
Lunch.
Yeah, I can clear out the foyer a little bit, move some rubble out of the way.
Okay, is that not one thing you'd want to do over the next few days, Jin, is try and search the castle? See
If anything's salvageable.
salvageable, see if anyone got trapped down below. Might be worth just having a go through it at some point with us all.
Maybe.
Then hopefully we might be able to uncover some of your father's secrets. Maybe, if he's kept anything.
Most of his secrets were here, Scath.
Bitch.
But yes, it's worth going through it.
Oh, did Zafira give you the banner she found? I noticed she found it earlier.
Yes.
Yes,
it's right on the fire.
I burnt it.
Oh, don't remind me. I'll clear us a spot, and I'll just kind of go and clear out the. Start like moving some rubble in the foyer with my ring and just.
I can kind of understand why you did it, Jen.
I realized it's not my banner.
Perhaps we should fashion you one of your own.
I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure what shape it. Yeah, I don't know yet.
Well, you are the, as you said, the Lord. You should.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Unique to you. You'll always be Jin to me.
The Lord of a crumbling castle.
So do we call you Lord Shozan? Or just Shozan?
Why do you struggle so much just to call him by his name?
You can just call me Jin, Scath, please.
As you will, Shozan.
All right, squad leader.
It's never gonna stop.
No.
Lord of Crumbs.
Yeah, I'll clear us a bit of an area in the foyer and set up my bedroll.
Yep.
Same.
We're taking a bedtime rest.
Yeah, Scath will find somewhere near his sisters.
Fair.
Yeah, you make your way over. The ladies are curled up near each other. Make yourself as comfortable as you can.
Get a good night's sleep.
Lizard pile.
Lizard pile. Yeah. Everyone reminisces on the day's events, gets as comfortable as possible, has a longer rest.
Before he would
rest
go to sleep,
taken.
though, after the events of today, Azora's thoughts before going to sleep, he'd think back to home and how his mum is, and that he misses her, and father. And wonders how long it's going to be if he ever sees him again.
Morning arrives. The pyre still slowly burning. Scath, you awaken to find your sisters sitting, having quiet conversation. You all awaken in the foyer of the castle.
Jin will be up before first light. He's just doing exercises in front of the foyer.
I was going to say, when obviously Scaff's there, are they just chatting willy-nilly? Are they chatting anything about anything specific?
Not really. It's more just you hear Serazella asking Steele, like, because as you imagine, they'd not had chance to properly chat, you know. So she's just asking her how she got on. Steele explains that she went towards the northern mountains, then thought she'd picked up some kind of scent towards the east. And then Serazella arrived. Then they got jumped. Just not really much to go off.
Just wake up not normally and just sit up.
So what's everyone's plans then?
I want to hit at the blacksmith probably first thing. Help with burying bodies. Yeah.
So you do your forms and your exercises at first light. You make your way past the very well burnt through, but still slowly burning pyre out towards the trees. And you see that none of the guards are active at first light, where you'd imagine there'd normally be a night shift and a day shift. Obviously, it's been a bit hectic. There's not really enough of them. They've all been awake and then they're probably all still in bed for now.
Yeah.
You notice there is some graves that have been dug. So some of the guardship must have stayed up pretty fucking late, or whoever got involved. There's no bodies left. They've all either been taken by families or buried. There's no headstones. There's just piles of cherry blossom at the heads of each of the graves.
I'll sort of like stop and acknowledge the work that was done, and bodies are now interred.
You continue down the path, and you look down the hillscape towards the village, motionless, silent at first light. You see one, probably male, with a large, wide-brimmed straw hat, making his way with a small cart towards the gates. Probably an early start farmer. Otherwise, silence in the village.
I'll make my way to the blacksmith's area.
You head down to that familiar building. There's no sound inside.
I'll just give like a soft knock on the door.
Silence.
Probably still asleep. I will. Is there like a bench nearby that?
Yeah, a
You
lot
can
of the
sit on.
buildings do have either benches or wooden framework
Okay.
you can lean on or sit on.
I'll just sit on the bench, appreciating the early morning air around Doro Yosai. Seeing people slowly, sort of like seeing the town slowly wake up.
You instinctually take one of those deep inhales, perhaps without realising it fully. The tainted air of the burning pyre. Obviously, the air's a little bit cleaner down in the village. Yeah, over the next hour or so, more and more people start getting up, going about their day, emptying the piss pots, fetching their tools to head out to the farms, making the start on a couple of the simple market stalls. It's not like a full market, but people buy and sell and trade with each other.
Yeah.
You start to hear some sounds from the inside of the forge. And the front doors get opened out. Oh, good morning.
Morning.
Oh, apologies. I didn't quite recognise you, and first thing, can I help?
Sort of just stand up and give him like a small courtesy bow. Actually, you can. There's something I either need made or to buy off you if you happen to have one.
Go on.
I need a metal mask. Ones that maybe traditionally my father's guard used to wear, obscuring fully half their face down below.
I have blueprints for such, yes.
How long would that take?
Depending on what you want it made out of.
Something easily pliable and workable for you. It needs to be functional. I can have a pretty one made later.
Well, the moulds and the blueprints are preset. Just be a case of smelting down the metal and moulding it to shape. So, realistically, it's a similar time frame to get the mask itself. Depends on if you say you don't necessarily want it to be pretty, so adornments and engravings can be left. realistically.
Can have it engraved later.
I can get you a simple iron one made.
That would be appreciated.
Okay, it'll be done.
You don't happen to know anyone that sells straw hats, do you?
I mean, realistically, kind of gestures out towards the market stalls. A lot of the farmers use them. I think there's a weaver. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Fair enough. Apologize for the maybe stupid questions. As you know, we didn't get into town too much.
Oh, they're not stupid questions.
Appreciate it.
Any help I can offer, as needed. I did speak to your guards yesterday about. Did help them dig some of the graves.
I saw everyone's already buried. Thank you for your help.
No problem.
Captain Armin might be asking for your help a little more regularly now. I don't think the castle blacksmith made it.
Unfortunately, I don't have a great deal to do. My work keeps me housed and fed, so I'm happy to help where needed.
Again, appreciated.
Well, I'll get to
I'll
that.
leave you to your morning.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give him another bow.
He bows back.
I'll start making my way to the market stalls that are being set up.
Yeah, quite obviously. You see one that's got like fruit and veg and stuff. Well, there's a couple that have got fruit and veg on. It's simple buy and sell, trade, swap. Just keep each other functioning.
Mm-hmm. I'll look for something that I'll look for like the weaver maybe.
Yeah, over to one side
seven.
you see that there is a pile of straw hats. You see quite a lot of people that are coming over and like either exchanging fruit or linen for straw hats, or vegetables,
I'll sort of wander my way over, have them sort of conduct their business, and then sort of give them a bow. Good morning.
Good morning.
Find myself in need of a. And I'll gesture to one of the hats that's sort of laying on the floor. Is there any like sort of black hats that are more like black dyed or
They're
something along the
all
lines of what I just put in the
they're
Discord chat?
all no, they're all just woven hats.
Right.
But reasonably, I think, I won't make you roll. It wouldn't be too hard to arrange if you wanted one painted or dyed. But these ones are all just base.
I'll sort of just explain what I'm looking for. Is it something that you could have done today?
Yeah, we can ink one of them for you.
Be
I
appreciated.
think the longest part of it would be just waiting for the ink to dry, realistically, if it soaks into the straw, so
Mm-hmm.
it's certainly doable. We could have it made for tonight, and then it'd probably be ready tomorrow if we just leave it out in the sun over day and night.
Very well. That would be acceptable. You take coin as payment.
You see, she kind of looks at you with a funny look. Yes. We normally trade, but... And then she kind of gives you another funny look. And you see like a wave of realization cross her face. She kind of stands up and bows. Oh,
I'll sort of bow back and just say, it's okay.
Didn't expect to see you here. Yes, we can. I'll get straight to it.
I'll sort of bow back. It's appreciated.
She goes underneath the kind of stall cart contraption. She takes out a couple of bottles of black ink. You see, the black inks are quite common, you know, with your training, and the calligraphy is quite commonplace. There's a lot of ink all over the place. She takes one of the... You see, she goes down a couple, and she like feels up a couple of the hats. You can tell she's trying to find like one of the stronger or the better looking ones that she can.
Mm-hmm.
And then she puts out a piece of linen on the floor and just starts soaking, gently pouring the ink over and letting it soak through.
I appreciate it. I'll be back in the morning tomorrow.
Yes, Lord Shozan.
I'll give her a soft smile. Have a good day. Oh, before I leave, do you know anyone that sells a good cloak?
She like turns to the side and looks at another one of the stalls, kind of gestures with her hand. And you can see that there's someone actively just sat quietly knitting and crocheting away.
I'll give her a slight bow and make my way over to that stall. Good morning.
Oh, hello there.
Do you happen to have a cloak that would probably cover me until well, just over the middle of my body?
We have cloaks in many sizes. Full length, form fitted, loose. Cloaks you could use over your bedroll. Cloaks you can turn inside out. Capes. Children's length. I can make anything, really. Then she looks up and then kind of like catches her breath.
Something I can wear on the road and something that would hide me in cities.
Straight away, she kind of goes underneath the cart and pulls out this bundle and just bows and holds it out.
What colors does she have?
She's holding out a red one, but you can see she's got grey and like a beigey, similar to like straw kind of colour.
I'll sort of grab the red one, weigh it, unfurl it, throw it around myself, feel it out a little.
This one comes down just like beneath your butt cheeks.
Yeah, perfect. I know there isn't a castle right now, but in the future, if you need anything, make sure to ask.
Yeah, she's still deep in the bow.
Please. Please. It's okay.
I will. Thank you.
No, thank you. It is appreciated.
She stands up and kind of gives you a nervous look and then just sits down and picks up her sewing again.
I'll wish her a good day and sort of start making my way back to the castle. So, like, looking at and observing the people a little bit as I do so. Hoping that not too many recognize me immediately or, like, feel forced to pay respect. So I'll just sort of, like, subdue myself. Maybe even almost blend in as much as I can to just make my way back up top.
Yeah, most people do just not ignore you, but don't really pay that much attention. You make your way back up towards the castle.
All right, perfect. Sort of chew on a ration as I'm walking back up.
What's everyone else doing as the morning sun crosses the courtyard up by the castle?
Probably would have woke up and gone to do forms, but noticed that Jin isn't there. And I'll take the great katana, and this weapon is completely new to me, so I wouldn't know how to do forms with such. So I would have waited for Jin to come back, but in the meantime, I probably would have seen if anyone needed any help with anything around the castle or the grounds or...
Yeah, being up early, there's no one around. You see over off in the distance, Scath and the ladies are awake, just chilling, chatting.
Would head over to them and find a place to sit down. Right? Morning. Hope you all slept well, considering.
See Steele's kind of just lay on her back, part starfished, just chilling. Like, still wearing the now mostly dried, blood-soaked clothing. It's just no spare clothes at Doro Yosai. She's just going to have to firm it for a bit.
I'll take out my water skin. Anyone want anything to drink or thirsty, or I've got food?
Yeah, Steele reaches up and grabs it. Just as a glug, passes it back.
Sarah?
I'm okay, thank you.
I'm glad you're both okay, though. Seeing you both when you came last night, it was worrying.
Sarah nods. Even passive insight, you can tell she's remaining stoic as she normally is, but you can tell she's perturbed. Obviously, at the loss of her book, she's still a badass, but I think the biggest concern, as she said, it's not as if, like most wizards, you can just copy the shit you've memorized into a new book. Because of her special circumstances of only having one arm, her spellbook is unique to her. So she either needs to go back to the Tri-Peaks and get Grandmaster Garabat to create her a new one, or she needs to find hers.
Going off of that, with it being unique to yourself, is there any way that we could track it?
I think your friend explained that she has the means. Unless they've done something to disguise its location, you should be able to track it, I think, within about 1,000 feet. So you'd have to get relatively close to it anyway. But I imagine, if anything, and as logic would go, as illogical as it seems, I would imagine they've taken it to Dragoon. I've been thinking of course, when Jin mentioned that my guardsman had said that phrase in Thieves' Cant. The path had been paved, and they definitely said something similar. So perhaps it was just part of their plan. Perhaps maybe taking us was just to try to incite a reaction to get you to come. But reasonably, I don't think it was you that they want to come. She kind of looks towards the castle, looks at Azora, kind of hesitates.
I mean, Dragoon was on our list to go to.
Yes.
But I don't think it was as urgent as what it is now. It's like I think we was planning to go in like the next week or so. But I think the time frame now has gone, well, a little bit quicker ahead. And I think we'll be departing within days now.
Yeah.
I suppose it could be argued that's perhaps why they did what they did. However it's taken them, or however long it's taken them to plan these things. If they're trying to expedite the process, then of course we can either react to it or ignore it. But I feel ignoring it doesn't really bode too well, and she kind of looks down to her empty book holster.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to offer to come with you, but I think I'm better suited just being a captain for now, even if I am not at my full arcane power.
No, Locktopian needs you there. And helping Doro Yosai, as well as why you went and got steel.
She kind of takes out the sending stone. I don't mean to be cheeky, but I may request one of the clerics come to get us. Rather than us all walk the 3 days back, if one of them was able to come to us and then recall us back to the cathedral, that would probably expedite the process.
I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
Does feel a little lazy, though. It's been so long since I've not had transport at my fingertips.
We was just speaking about that last night, how long it's been since we've actually walked somewhere ourselves. Feels like
And we
it's
have
been
you
a
to
while.
thank for that.
Well, there's a many great places in this continent, and there's many great things to see. Makes me think even being out to rescue steel or retrieve, even just the odd patch of grass amongst the sand dunes, it's a sight to behold. Life always finds a way. There's always something to see.
Well, I've not been to Dragoon, so that'll be a new sight for myself.
Thing.
As I was saying last night, the only contact I've realistically had is with the guard ship. They've always seemed pleasant, if not, I wouldn't say evasive, but they only really speak if they have to, you know.
Yeah, Zafira has given a few hints and nods to Dragoon and their rules and customs.
Well, I suppose just be careful of whoever this house our manufacts are. I don't want to say that you're walking your way into their plans, but if they're trying to get you to go there, if you just arrive, then you know you're saving them the trouble. I suppose if you approach it with the anticipation that they've got nefarious plans, then at least you'll be ready if things go south. Anything else that happens, I suppose, then you're prepared.
Yeah, it's no question that they know that you probably warned us about what's going to happen there when we do go. So
I would imagine if those that took my book have probably reported to the fact that none of them returned, and neither did we. So yes, I would assume they're aware. But of course, we still don't know what their reason is. If it was them that just want to gain your attention, then why all of this? She kind of looks around. Surely if they just wanted to get your attention, they could have reached out to you rather than destroy Doro Yosai. Maybe it was a means to an end. Maybe they've got multiple plans. She kind of squeezes the sending stone.
could be a show of strength as to what they're capable of and why we shouldn't cross them if we do go.
Well, I did a little investigating myself last night based off, I think, what Jin told me. Of the types of arrows they were using and the cause for cause for the explosion in the onsen. It's that damned red powder.
It seems to be cropping up wherever we go.
Well, I've seen it used, well, now for its apparent siege potential. But I've also seen what happens if one was to imbibe it. She kind of looks at Steele. Steele kind of looks away, slightly sheepishly.
What?
Sorry, where?
Okay, listen. You got knocked out. I had a small amount of it. And now they're all dead. So, shush. Never mind, shush. You sniffed some powder and ripped the heads off 5 men.
I was going to ask how you did all that unarmed.
Listen, just... And she's like rubbing her nose. Don't even worry about it.
I'm not worried. I was just curious.
Well, whatever it was exciting. Sarazella kind of... You see, she looks and you see her shoulder gesture as if she's lifting her arm up. And you see Steele get like a nudge. Just, ow! And then you see the blue hand float back down. Shush. And she kind of just turns petulantly and sits, not facing the group, but just still there. Sarazella shakes her head and rolls her eyes. I can't begrudge the fact that we're alive, but that powder's not good for anybody, and I've got no idea where she got it from.
Well, whatever she did, it clearly worked for the benefit of both of you because you're both here and alive.
She takes out a small piece of wire and holds it to her mouth and looks at you, Scath. It was scary in your head. It was scary. When I woke up, she reminded me of the field. She wasn't herself. You know, a negative that becomes a positive is still inherently a negative. Yes, we're alive. But those people didn't stand a chance. You know she's... And then she waits 6 seconds. And then casts message again. You know she's strong. But that was something else. And to think of the destruction this powder did when fired, and she inhaled some of it. We need to find out more about it.
Send a message back. How did she know to take it like that, though?
You see, as you said that, she kind of, her eyes go wide and she shrugs.
She's only been back a few days. Oh. No. Ooh, that's a thought. Okay.
I want to know what your thought is.
I can't send a message back because I've sent the message.
She sends you another message. What's your thought?
She seemed used to it. Could it be a product of the hells?
Sarahzella rolls her eyes and shakes her head.
Thus the destructive nature of it.
Sends another message. She definitely acquired it when she was in Locktorpian. It's not of the hells. I've got my suspicions of how it's made, but that's an investigation for another time.
Well, I'm going to go take Steve.
Campaign 1 available on our YouTube, where more is revealed. Anyway.
Flashbacks to that one with the lighthouse.
I think I'll textile be useful and clear some rubble. Like mentioned to Jim last night, get the castle a bit cleared, and steel strength will be coming very handy with moving stuff around.
I know I'm strong. You can talk to me as if I'm here or not here. She kind of shuffles a bum background.
I mean, you were pouting, so I didn't want to kind of disturb you.
Listen.
You're brave. Brave or stupid, one or the other.
I've not got any more of the powder anyway, so...
Come on, let's go be useful. Come on, let's go be useful. Let's go clear some rubble and...
Still gets up.
I'll come with you.
Right, everybody. Zafira, do you want to tell me what you're doing in the morning before we go for a break?
I would have just had a ration and then I would have gone to Say's grave.
Mm-hmm.
contemplating how it is that she was, well, not just welcomed by one, but two separate deities. Because that's, if I remember correctly, as you described it last time, that's unheard of, or unusual, at the very least.
What's Zavira's thought process?
Well, just holding her holy symbol, doing like a small prayer in her head, and hoping that days arrived safely after being taken on a chariot. And then think of the crystal ball again, and how in that cavernous space where she's been before with just Kerecekian, how Orthus was also there. How it works that she has such a strong connection to both these deities that they welcome her together in a way.
Give me a religion check.
Oh boy. Oops. 18?
18. You sit with your thoughts next to the grave of Shozan Jin. And whether instinctually or not, you're holding your symbol, which starts to get a little bit warmer.
As it does.
As it does when shit's happening. And you almost reach out with your thoughts. And it's indistinct. It's unclear. It's not as if you're being told directly by someone or something. But the words kind of cross your mind wherever they come from. It's more just sourceless thoughts and feelings that come to you. But you get the sense and the feeling that there are multiple ways to gain the attention of the Pantheon. And sometimes those paths can cross in harmony. However that makes you feel is up to you, but that's the
I'll
kind
hold
of
on to that thought and sort of.
And you get a sense of, whilst you're sat here so close to the grave, you've got this warmth. There's like an aura of comfortability, even though that it's ultimately a grave. You feel a weird sense of belonging being here. A weird sense of almost acceptance.
I'll allow myself the comfortable feeling, but I'll hold on to that thought of gaining the attention of the Pantheon and that being a harmonious thing, and I'll sort of make a note of it that I bring it up at the Great Tree once we make it there. Because maybe the High Priests know more what that could mean, since all four deities are basically centered at the Great Tree within Kerecekian.
Lovely. So we'll take a bit of a break. It's 1:15 now. We'll take a cheeky 15, come back at past,
Nice.
and go from there.
I have nuggies to make.
Thank you, everyone, for watching so far. It's nice to see you all twerking and lurking in the chat. We'll see you in 15.
That's really sad.
It's
It's gonna sit on my desk then.
Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's had a pee-pee poo-poo. Something to eat. I certainly have. Had something to eat.
Pee pee poo poo.
I see you in 2-2.
So, I'd like everybody to give me a description of what they'd like to achieve in the next... How long are we staying in Doro Yosai? Because arguably that matters to me.
2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 whole ass days.
At most, unless we run into something a little more pressing.
Understood.
Find something more pressing to give them.
Spend as long as you want there. Spend a week if you want. I'll roll again. What would you all like to achieve over the next 2 or 3 days? For as much as I love to sit and watch you all roleplay, I'm also very conscious that, as you all know, shit's happening everywhere all at once. So by all means, take as long as you need. But the world doesn't stop what they're doing, so you can be in Doro Yosai for 3 days.
I think I'll just make myself useful where I can, help clearing rubble, whatever else needs doing that I can help with. Visit the grave every now and then. And just be supportive. Nothing much else I want to achieve.
Okay. I will say give me a religion check.
Okay.
And that will influence the DC of a percentile roll to see if you determine anything more or less during your visits to the grave.
I don't have a plus 17.
17. Okay. Give me a percentile.
32.
32.
Aha.
Aha. Over the course of your visits, and due to your link with Kerecekian, you find out through thoughts, feelings, suggestions, without having a direct word-for-word, face-to-face conversation with Kerecekian, you find out that Lady Say was a cleric of Kerecekian. But you are also aware, despite not finding out anything more, that she was also somehow intrinsically linked with Orthus, and that she was not a cleric of Orthus. But that's about all you achieve.
Okay.
Shozan Jin.
Picking up my stuff in the new morning, probably. I've probably spent the first day trying to impart Armin with some of the things I would have wanted him to do, like over time, clear the castle ruins, make sure that the top is, maybe some rudimentary structures are built, maybe a guard tower of some sort to overlook an area that is now blind. Keep the people safe and things like that. And probably just, I'll probably visit the grave once or twice, just reflect. And do a lot of meditation, probably. Just meditating on what has happened. Burn a couple elven symbols. Like steeling myself for the journey that's ahead.
On the eve
Help
of the
Azura probably get used to like the heft of the new blade as well in the mornings.
Yep. On the eve of the second night stay, as you all gather for your evening meal, discussion, bedding down, as the moon makes its way to its highest point, you all look out towards, I suppose, the southwest, towards the village. You all notice hundreds of candle kites take flight up into the sky. A show of respect for the loss at Doro Yosai and the passing on of those that were lost, sending them on their way into the sky with visions of what's to come, letting go of the past, sending it on its way. Scath?
Like I mentioned to Jin on the night we rest, is like Scath will be like clearing rubble in castle, like trying to get into castle, just make it accessible. Obviously, like I mentioned before, seeing if there's any survivors trapped anywhere inside the castle, just helping out as much as I can. Obviously with Steel as well, using her strength. I'll visit the grave of Mama Say at least once, just to pay my respects, even though I never officially met her. But it'll be just more to pay my respect. But that's all I'll be doing. I'll be just helping out, and when I'm not helping out, I'll be just looking out with Bo, just as a lookout, just in case all happens. But that's all Scath will be doing.
Okay. I'll say give me an investigation check with advantage, using either your investigation or a +5, whatever is higher.
+5's higher. With the +5 investigation, that would be 23.
23. If you'd like to briefly discuss amongst yourselves where the focused efforts of the investigation will be, I'll say with a 23, you can pick 3 locations where you specifically want to try to investigate that aren't either going to take too long to get to, you know, or like even using Zephyra's ring of telekinesis, there's just, without removing the fact that this is a castle fortress building collapsed in on itself, there's only so much you can do. So you can pick 3 locations. I'm open to suggestion of what potential locations could be. You know, obviously you don't know the entire interior layout of the castle. But have a think amongst yourselves where you might want to focus to investigate.
I think we probably try and get Jin's insight on where the things that he would want to find the most and or look most of all. Other than that, I don't know of any real places.
Jin would probably suggest his father's bedroom, the war room. There is one. And like, would we have had a private armory, bitch?
Yeah.
Yeah, and probably like the armory location.
Okay.
Unless someone else has had a better idea.
I was going to say, would there be no dungeons underneath the castle, or any holding cells?
There, like, arguably there would be. They would be beneath the Great Hall. But it's whether you want the dungeons and that to be one of your 3 locations.
It's just, obviously, yes, there might be people in them. Obviously, there might be criminals, but they still don't deserve to die if there is anyone there. And obviously, it's going to be hard. They'll be hungry, they'll be thirsty. If anyone has survived down there, that was my concern. Under Avia's blessing and teachings.
Okay. So what are the final 3 locations you want to go for?
I'll leave it to Jin to decide, since it is his home and castle.
Probably war room, armory, dungeon.
Okay. We will have 3 percentile rolls. 1 for each. And then whoever doesn't roll 1 will roll an additional thing for me.
Ooh.
So who wants to do, what has we got? War room, dungeon, armory. Who wants to do the war room?
I'll take that.
Okay. Who wants to do the dungeon?
I'll take the dungeon.
I'll take the last one.
Jin does the armory. Okay. And then Zafira will do me another percentile. For an undisclosed reason, currently. Right. Jin, war room.
74.
74. You investigate your way to the war room. One of the smaller but most adorned rooms in the castle. Flags of Doro Yosai adorning the walls. Smaller flag references to each of the other major cities in Kerecekian. There is also a smaller separate map that has a loose reference to the general layout of Wunt and Calvados. Inside the war room, you don't really find many items of import. What was your percentile?
74.
So with a 74, I will give you 3 questions. You get the vibe that there is a lot of investigative information in this war room, and it becomes quite apparent that using, well, whatever means has been made available to him, your father has attained a lot of information about a lot of places. However he's gained it, it's unclear. So you can have 3 questions.
I will probably focus my initial search on Dragoon.
Okay.
And
If you want to discuss these questions with the group, by the way, you can do that. You basically...
Yeah, no,
all...
I would. This is me playing above board.
Yeah.
So probably Dragoon, with maybe a focus on House or Manifacts. See whatever information he has available on that, or is gathered on that.
Sense for search that.
Probably the relics we've been looking for, to see if he has any information about their locations. Would be my second one. And maybe like any rounding out info that we don't already have about them.
You could also look into what dealings he had with the Fae, if he had any information on that. What was he doing with them?
Yeah, but would you
What?
keep that sort of information in the war room?
Maybe not, but it's possible.
Yeah, reasonably certain questions will get you better answers than others.
I was going to say, what about the fall of the guilds?
That is not a bad suggestion. Either that or red powder trade.
I think the guilds might be a good idea.
Yeah. I'm leaning guilds too. Okay. So question 1 would probably be whatever he would have gathered on Dragoon and House or Manifacts in particular. See if he was in the know.
Okay.
But they would have been scheming.
There are 4 main houses in Dragoon. House or Manifacts being the main kind of domineering faction house. These houses aren't necessarily just like families. They are kind of like clans, you know, mostly formulated around a main family that just have a lot of people that flock to them and that are loyal to them. House or Manifacts are the main house, and as you know from your own history, they are the only ones that just fervently disagreed with Doro Yosai being the Toll House and, matters of the North being dealt with by a family of hobgoblins out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
There is House Tolderin. They are a faction of Blue Dragonborn. Smaller, like the other 3 are all smaller. There is House Gulreen. They are Red Dragonborn. And there is House Pursuer, who are Green Dragonborn.
Green?
So I'll just send them over. House or Manifacts are known to be a lot more. There's a lot more dragon heritage. There's a lot more other races that have dragon lineage in them.
Mm-hmm.
In House Armanifacts. Most of the other houses are just mostly made up of Dragonborn. Yeah, and then as you know, House Armanifacts were basically fervently against. And that kind of, the more you kind of read into it, that kind of alludes more into why Dad was getting so paranoid and upped the guards so much, because it seemed like through one way or another, however he found out his information, Dad had become aware that, you know, conversations were being had and discussions against Doro Yosai were being held.
Makes sense. Okay. Second question would be around the guilds, to see what he would have been able to find out if he was even interested in that sort of like development about the incident and potential selection of new leadership.
Yeah, so you find some information that all of the guild houses in the major cities have shut down because the executives of exploration were all killed. Give me a percentile roll on that question.
27.
27. As expected, with a 27, there's not that much information to be found, because realistically, all the leaders were killed and the guilds were shut down. You know there is little to be found, but from what little your father did learn, there is an older elf who was seen at the gala. Whether he was involved or not, your father doesn't know, but he was seen at the gala, and it is him that is levying this investment interest in setting up the guilds.
There's no name mentioned, I'm guessing.
There's no name mentioned. Yeah. With a 27, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay. The confirmation of what we already know.
Pretty much. But now it's confirmation rather than suggestive speculation.
Yeah, exactly.
And now you also know whoever this person is that's trying to take over was at the gala. So, doesn't take a genius to put two and two together that they must have known something about it, or,
Yeah, they don't magically survive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, and then the last question is about, like, the artifact, because he was clearly interested in them. To see what sort of materials he would have collected or research he might have had done on them.
So you learn. Give me a percentile roll.
Ooh, a 90.
90. Your father was able to learn that, basically confirming what you know, the remaining two artifacts are, one is beneath the great tree. your father was able to learn that the Fae, the demons, and anyone associated with undeath are unable to even get close to the Great Tree. The Great Tree is so infused with religious power from the pantheon. It's like if Mecca was in the Vatican. You know what I mean? It's like the fucking religious hub of the known world. Yeah. So if you want God shit, you go there, and because of that, no otherworldly or extraplanar or undeath can get in there. So that gives you the, I suppose, the knowledge that ultimately, whoever's looking for these things are obviously having trouble getting in there. So that's one of them. And the other one, you have confirmed that it is where you think it is, which I believe.
Oh, we've lost cameras on stream.
Oh yeah, sorry. There we go. Confirming that they. Remind me of your notes before I say something I shouldn't.
I believe we found out. I'd have to read the notes, to know 100% for sure.
Trying to find me golden ring information thing.
One of them was at the Great Tree.
Yeah.
And the other one was in the ruins.
Yeah. So you have it confirmed that it is in the Tiarim ruins. Yeah. So you find that it is beneath the Great Tree. That's why it's so protected, because you're going to have to go into the Great Tree to get below it.
Mm-hmm.
To go find it. And the other one is in the Tiarim ruins. What you didn't know is it's not in the ruins themselves. It is located in the lake just to the south, and it is within the whirlpool.
Yeah, okay.
So, you're going to have to figure out how to get in there one way or another.
Okay.
But that's about all Father could gather. And that I suppose that brings a bit more clarity to why it's such a cunt take to get these things.
Yeah. Well, turns out that they go for the easiest one first.
It doesn't say what these items are, did it? So it's like these.
Well, we know what they are.
I thought you already knew that. Yeah. With a 90, I'll give it you. Dad wanted these shits. Fuck, where is my document? Documents.
There's the Amulet of the Sylvan Sun that we don't have.
Here we go.
And the Circlet of the Protected Act that we don't have. We have the Braces of the Dominion Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, bear with me 2 seconds. With a 90% roll, it's lore drop time.
Woohoo! We live for that shit.
Your father was able to determine through references and conversations with the Fae, because he was so intrinsically linked to them for whatever reason. The Amulet of the Sylvan Sun it's referenced basically to contain the power of the sun. Basically, fuck it. Whilst wearing the amulet and during the hours of daylight between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m., You can use an action to cast the daylight spell with it.
Ooh.
The first time any undead or fiend enters the light of the spell, you must make a con save of 16, unless the spell save DC of the wearer is higher. On a failed save, the target takes radiant damage per point of proficiency of the amulet's wearer. It takes 1d8 radiant damage plus 1d8 per point of proficiency of the amulet's wearer.
Damn.
Oof.
But the target takes 0 damage on a past save. So it either really fucking hurts or doesn't at all.
Yeah.
And then once the amulet's used, it can't be used again until next dawn. So once a day you get to fuck with undeads or fiends.
Nice.
What happened if you cast that on a little undead dog?
Oh.
If it passed its save, nothing. If it failed its save, probably explode.
Oh.
Wait,
Um,
is chat still?
Yeah.
I don't think it's.
The braces of the Dominion Mountain. Of course, whilst wearing the braces, your strength score increases by 4 to a maximum of 24. You gain a +2 bonus to AC if you're wearing no other armour and not using a shield. If you score a critical hit whilst wearing these braces, you may roll 1 additional damage die. You didn't get to that point. However, it is horrendously cursed.
Really?
And the curse that you didn't learn of... shit, where did I... Oh, I think I removed it from the... Oh, fudge, give me 2 seconds. Okay, so the braces are cursed, containing the souls of 100 lost adventurers trapped for their strength. When the attuning process is complete, the wearer feels 100 sharp, tendril-like barbs pierce the skin of their forearms, grip into their muscles. The tendrils greatly increase the strength of the wearer, but the additional magically infused pressure they put under the body slowly eats away at their body and muscles. Whilst cursed, the wearer cannot take the braces off, nor can they unattune from them by choice. On scoring a critical hit, the wearer takes 10 necrotic damage and suffers 2 levels of exhaustion, as the momentary burst of physical exertion tears away at the very fibres of their being. When rolling to hit with an attack, on a total roll of 20, the wearer takes 5 necrotic damage. Any roll to hit above 20 also adds the wearer's level in necrotic damage.
Oh my god.
Kind of glad I didn't do that now.
You never fought. You never fought with them on. You never fought with them on properly. If the wearer dies whilst attuned and wearing the braces, their soul is trapped in the braces and they are lost. No revival magic will work. A remove curse spell will recoil the barbs and give the wearer enough time to remove and unattune from the braces, but the wearer will suffer a permanent -4 to their strength score as the braces sap what energy they can as they are removed.
Jesus.
Damn.
I'm lucky. I was lucky.
You never fought with them on. On the boat, I thought I was going to fuck you in the ass, and you didn't fight with them properly. Well, you did, but you never fucking pulled out the curse.
Damn, indeed.
They were the, these are made for fucking superpowering a barbarian. But it's also going to fucking hurt to use them.
Mm.
And then the Circlet of the Protected Pact. Whilst wearing and attuned to the circlet, the wearer is immune to magic that allows other creatures to read their thoughts, determine if the wearer is lying, and attempts to locate or scry upon the wearer through divination magic. Any allies within 30 feet of the wearer make their saves against these magics with advantage. Whilst wearing the circlet, you can use an action to cast the Detects Thoughts spell with it. The save DC is 16, unless the spell save DC of the wearer is higher. Circlet can't be used this way again until next dawn.
Damn.
I mean, thanks for your dad's knowledge of getting this for us. So
That was a 90% roll.
Yeah.
Shit.
I mean, your dad's done a lot of work for us there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his paranoia paid off.
Now you know why he wants them. Or wanted them. The final piece of knowledge that your father wasn't quite able to piece together is the full reason why they were separated. But I suppose you're all I think you're all aware of something to do with bringing them together.
Yeah, we know that together they can create a conduit to the Fae.
Yeah, there you go.
Just the
But
reason why we want to.
your father was unable to determine to what end, what that means. So that's the war room.
Damn. Okay.
I think if you mentioned to Azora what that curse did, he would have just probably looked a slightly paler shade.
Paler shade of blue.
They let you hit really fucking hard, but it really fucking hurts to do so. You're paid yet punished for your strength whilst wearing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they stay in the bag.
They stay in the bag.
Just put them back on, maybe. Just don't ever roll 20 or above to hit. Tee.
On something with a +9 sword, yeah. No.
Tee. Oh, you've crit. Cool. Extra damage dice. Ow. There you go. So.
All right.
And I never got to fuck you with it. Next location. The dungeons. Give me a percentile roll. What was your percentile roll, Scath?
82.
82. You make your way down into the dungeons and you do find 2 guardsmen. You can tell they're guardsmen because they have still got their uniforms on. It's up to you to think about what you want to think about. But given the time scale of everything that's happened, you know that no one has been down here since the siege. We're now 2 nights deep. And then it's whatever before that. With the 74, you can see that down here there is a table that is kept pristine clean. And yet around it, on the floor and on the nearby walls, there are smatterings of blood. You can also see mounted in a torch sconce on the wall, there is a large multi-headed whip. It's like one of those ones that you hold. It's about 1 foot, 2 feet as a handle, and then it's got 4 or 5 barbed, thick leather straps coming out of the end. Yeah, like a cat o' nine tails.
Oof.
Thick leather, and it's got these barbs are like metal coated.
Ow.
That is also pristine clean. But the sconce, covered in dry blood. The floor and the wall below it, covered in drips of remnant dry blood. The 2 guards are quite clearly unconscious, but very quietly and subtly breathing. They look emaciated and malnourished. So you'd imagine they've probably been there longer than the 2 days that you guys have.
Bar the guards, is there anyone else down there? Or is it just the 2 guards?
Give me an investigation as you pay attention to these more pertinent details.
22.
With the 22, you can see in the end cell there is also a dead and mostly decomposed third guard.
Obviously, let Jin know there's a guard dead down here. And obviously, we've got the 2 guards here.
Before I
turn
forget,
to
sorry,
the 2 guards.
everyone can have a point of inspiration for deciding to go for dungeon investigation over loot rooms.
Yeah.
We didn't go for the bedroom. We're still going for the armory, to be fair.
God, I had.
Yeah. I mean, of
now.
of all the places and choices, you did decide to go to the dungeon.
True.
I'll
Thank you, Avia.
I'll
check
update the list.
them over. Are they injured, or are they just unconscious because of exhaustion and hunger?
Yeah,
and...
you check them over. They, similar to Knack, they have left to self-heal lashings on the back that have mostly healed over, but heavily scarred. You know, through the power of a long rest, wounds are healed.
Okay.
But they've not been magically tended to. So you imagine these boys have had a lashing for whatever reason and just left in the cell.
Probably next, guys. When I come down there, do I recognize them to have been with Knack when... Yeah,
It's
the
hard,
next lads.
hard to tell on the third, but the 2 that are still alive were 2 of the 4. The 4th is nowhere to be found, but 2 of them are... They're all Knack's lads, basically.
Yeah.
If there are no wounds for me to heal, I'll try and get them awake with some water.
I mean, I've got water and rations if you
See
need any.
if they do wake up or not.
They stir. They're just quite clearly like exhausted, malnourished.
Mm-hmm.
You imagine, like, if you spend like some time for the rest of the day, you know, trying to feed and water them a little bit. I mean, there's no point knocking the spell slots off, but, you know, a couple of lesser restorations or whatever, and just get them back on the feet. You'll be able to sort it out.
Perfect. I have exactly 2 of those.
Yeah, there you go. Chuck them one of them in each just to get them awake and back to a actionable state.
I'll give them both a ration.
Yeah, knock off a couple of rations.
Will do.
Yeah, just try and like sit them up against a wall as well, so they can actually eat and drink properly.
Yeah.
Without choking.
Just tell them to take it slow. Don't rush it.
And then by the 2 alive and the 1 dead guard, there's nothing else down here.
Nothing else down there. It's literally just a few cells, a whipping table, and a whip.
Ask Jin what he wants to do with the dead guard. Do you want him brought outside?
He needs to be buried. And this needs to be destroyed.
We could toss it onto the pyre if it's still burning. Burnt with the past.
So lean down to the guards. Rest. You're safe now.
Yeah, they both just tear up, just try and eat and drink as they can.
I'll go over to the dead, decomposing guard and I'll pick him up. Because I can't get sick if I touch a
Reasonable.
decomposing body.
It's rough.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. I won't go into full detail, but as you can probably imagine, it is rough, and it's kind of hard to pick up the body. It's
Rigger.
rough.
Well, I mean, it seems so like, I don't know how to say this correctly, but I mean, I could just pick him up with a ring of telekinesis because he's an object.
Arguably, yeah.
Technically,
Arguably,
Yes,
it'd be
object.
easier
And
to
I'm
pick
just
him
like-
up with
and I'm just-
telekinesis than try to two-arm the essentially falling
I'd
apart
rather have
body.
him not fall apart
Yeah.
while I'm trying to physically pick him up and just sort of
I think you
lift him
go,
with
like, kind of get your arms underneath and then... Yeah, nah, that's
ring
not
of
happening.
telekinesis, just have him hover and just have him like
Up we go.
I'll still hold my arms out, but I'll just have him like hover
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I don't want him to fall apart.
I'll pick up the whip. And
Give me a
ooh,
insight.
oh,
Bit of a weird one. You're not gonna like it.
Oh gosh.
why did I roll well? I rolled a 22.
With a 22, as you pick up the whip, your hand almost instinctually matches the... Basically, your father's handprint is melded into the leather. Be it that he's used it often enough, or that he holds it so firmly. But in the midst of the leather handling, there is like almost a father-shaped handprint hold.
Damn.
You're welcome.
Jin's expression is just dark. This is bubbling rage underneath his, like, composure, as it were. And I'll just look at Azura. Break the table. Yes! Ghost of Shozan God.
you wish me to break the table.
I've seen too much suffering.
I think I know just the thing to use it, quite fittingly.
Mm.
And I'll draw the katana. And I'll cleave the table.
Yeah, I won't make you roll because it's thematically cool. You take your time, you lock in, you remember the forms, and despite not being completely comfortable with the weight, you know you can put momentum and strength into it.
And using the sword's feature.
Yeah, does more damage to objects.
Ooh.
Kiyar, you
Yeah.
cleave it in twain.
Almost ceremoniously as it should be, using his own weapon to destroy these tortured tools of the past.
It's the loud, cacophonous echo of metal meeting wood, wood snapping and the breaking of a heavy, thick wooden table. As dust flies, the sounds echo, and silence falls in the dungeon once again.
I'm just going to say to the two guards, it's like, thank His blessing for guiding me to this place. The dungeon called out. And I was right to do so.
They both just quietly nod while they're eating and drinking.
Give them to their feet. Fresh air outside.
I'll go over to one of them. Help.
Help the other one up.
Steady.
Yeah, we'll just say through the, Severa throws out a little bit of the old lay on hands to help. Bit of lesser resto, bit of a ration, bit of water. You just kind of get them to a actionable state. You all make your way back up. Send them to the fresh air.
Can't imagine what the stench must have been down there after all that time.
Oh yeah.
I'm carrying a corpse.
Oh yeah. It ain't kosher down there.
But at least, I won't get sick from it. You guys might get the plague. I don't know.
Technically, you're not carrying it, but
It's close enough.
Close enough.
yeah. Good old paladins.
The third
Paladin
room.
immunity.
I almost got a funny number, 68.
68% in the armory. Down here, there are a collection of rudimentary weapons. Simply made. There are a bunch of level 1 +1 weapons, generally tended to the guards. You might as well arm people with fair weaponry. There is also a select amount of +2 weapons. There are 6 greater healing potions. I guess you want to take these if you want to make notes.
I'm doing exactly that.
There are a number
Put them in the bag of holding
of...
for now.
Yeah. There are a number of kits of varying type. So if anyone needs a replacement kit, we'll say you can have one of those. Just take a moment if you need a kit or you want a kit to learn or whatever.
Give me just a moment. Greater healing potion.
Yeah, there's 6 greater healing potions and 8 normal healing potions.
Oh, 8 normal ones. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Straight into my basket.
Put those in the bag of holding as well. So, common ones, yeah?
Yeah, normal health potions. 6 greater, 8 normal.
Nice. Okay, we have 10 of those then now.
If I wanted a kit to use to take care of my weapon, it would be smith's tools. Would it all?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be more for the roly-poly, for the RP. But,
just that.
Or if you've got any kits that you're proficient with that don't actually have.
I don't think I do. No.
If there's any thieves tools, I'll pick them up.
Yeah, take a set of thieves' tools.
What kind of +2 weapons are there?
Pretty much, you're open to just take a +2 weapon, is basically what I'm saying.
Okay. Because I could replace I have a +1 longsword.
Yeah, if you want to take a +2 longsword, yeah.
Take a +2 short sword.
Yeah. Don't know what your bow's like, Scath, if you want a +2 longbow.
I have a light crossbow.
Yeah, if you want a +2 light crossbow.
Okay, I'll take a +2 short sword. And then, I'll upgrade my bow to a +2 longbow.
Okay.
That's it. Holding.
Is there any?
Can you put my
Mm.
previous longsword in the bag of holding as well? Do we still have space?
We should do.
Yeah, there's plenty of space in a bag of holding.
Does it fit? It doesn't. Yep.
I'm going to
I
say
mean, there's
I'll,
a +1 club in there too. So
Club. I don't know what I would use.
From the dungeon.
The dungeon.
I'm going to say I'll take the string off the bow and put that in the bag of holding because it's just a stick then. Because this bow's done me very well.
Just curve it in.
But is there any special arrows or anything in here? Any unique arrows?
There is a quiver of +1 arrows, so you can have it. You can have an extra 20 +1 arrows.
I've already got a load of them.
Have another 20 if you want.
Have another look. No. Put a quiver in the bag of holding in case you need
was
it.
it a +1 longsword, Lucy?
Yeah. I'll.
But there's no fire arrows, no arrows, anything like that.
I don't know. Can you tell? You got any means of determining magical presence? For clarity, all these +2 weapons, they're all just +2 because they're well made. They're not magic. They're just sharp as fuck. But yeah, if anyone's got any other means of determining magical presence, there might not be anything, but to just look at, you can't tell a magic arrow from a normal arrow.
I mean, I
That's
do, but
even a
unless you want.
thing. Darts.
I mean, you're all in there.
Is there is plus darts? Is there any better darts than just?
Yeah, there is a. Fuck, what's it called? A bandolier of +1. There's 6 +1 darts on a bandolier.
I'll take those.
I will, because I can, and I don't really use it very often. I'm going to use my magic awareness. As an action, you can open your awareness to the presence of concentrated magic. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet that isn't behind total cover. When you sense a spell, you can learn the school of magic it belongs to.
Yeah, so you see Scath looking at the very sharp arrows, and you can see there is additional quivers of mundane arrows, and then you extend your magical awareness, and you can see that there is a quiver of magical arrows. You know that they are the evocation school. Does it say specific? I mean, fuck it, I'll just tell you. The fire arrows. It's a quiver of 20 +1 fire arrows.
No, don't give him fire.
Scath, you might want to check those ones there. No? They have something about them.
They just look like normal arrows, Scath.
Do they have very...
Their evocation, apparently, whatever that means.
Oh.
So, because obviously I've taken the proficiency in Gloomstalker, I can obviously cast spells with that. So, can I look magically with the Gloomstalker eyes?
No. Unfortunately not. That's not how it works. But with Azora's magical awareness, yeah, he's determined that there is another quiver of +1 arrows, but they are magic arrows. They are fire arrows. So you've got 20 fire arrows.
I'll take them.
They do something. I don't know what they do.
They do something.
We'll find out together.
Are there some very well made javelins I could snatch?
Yeah, there's a small fucking. You got javelins as well. Just take 5 +1 javelins each. Fuck it.
Do they have any barbed ones?
Unfortunately, not. No, the barbed. They were fucking disgusting. The barbed javelins didn't make it to.
Nah.
surprisingly, with the other stuff that
Mm,
Father's created.
yeah.
Gosh, that
With your magical
flower
aware,
thing.
I mean, I think you'd probably, unless you went straight to the armory, or if you chucked the whip away. Would you still have the whip, or have you been to the fire and then come back in?
I still have the whip, yes.
Yeah, it's not magical. It's just gnarly.
I'm gonna keep it and use it on my father if I ever see him again.
No, I'm gonna toss it once you get back.
So everyone up to date. So Jin's had a +2 short sword.
Yeah, and +1 darts.
And +1, yeah, 6 +1 darts. Azora's had, and thieves' tools.
And 15 pounds.
Azora's had 5 +1 javelins.
And a light crossbow +2.
And a +2 light crossbow. Scath's had a +2 longbow.
+2 short sword. And
+2 short
fire
sword. And a quiver of 20 fire arrows. And Zafira's had
+2
a
long
+2
sword
long
and
sword.
javelin.
5 +1 javelins.
Is there, as I'm looking around, for those that, is there any armor around? Just for
There's a couple of sets of the guard leather armor, like studded leather. They look well made.
I don't know if any of you. No, you don't, Saphira.
Saphira doesn't
armor.
need armor. You're a
Poses in the
barbarian
magpie's shine.
and a monk. Jin's a monk. So Scath,
Scath?
unless Scath wants a set of +1 studded leather.
I don't know what you're wearing at the moment. How good your armor is.
No.
What armor are you wearing?
Nothing.
No.
You use your scales, don't you? Do you want to do the quick maths whether you add a set of +1 studded leather to your sheet? And if that gives you a higher AC, you might as well have that. Otherwise, just stick to your scales.
Studded leather.
Is there training swords? Like wooden training swords?
Yeah, there's a few of them in there. They're just wooden training swords.
Are they like normal swords or like Doro Yosai styled?
Yeah, like Doro Yosai, like training katanas. Weighted. They're a bit thicker than a sword, just to match the weight of the swords. But for all intents and purposes, they're just, they're just wooden swords.
I'll pick up 3. I look at Azura. We can spar now without hurting each other too, man.
I look forward to it.
Does that benefit your Scath or not?
No.
So what is it? Studded +1 studded leather gives you a base of what? 13?
Yeah, which is near enough same as my scales as it is.
Plus what's your dex mod?
+4.
+4, so it's basically 17 anyway. So you might as well just stay at 17 without having to wear armour. I mean, you could always take it, stick it, fucking, it's leather, just squeeze it into the bag of holding, sell it, whatever. So there you go. War room information attained. Dungeon rescue inspiration attained. Armory. Level up the equipment. But through the investigation, the strength-based efforts of you all, that's all you managed to investigate through. Another day passes.
I would have burned the whip by then.
Yeah. The whip goes on the fire.
Destroyed the living shit out of that.
Slowly burns away in the remnants of the pyre. The following day,
Doesn't
the pyre
burn away my
is
rage.
mostly burnt out. Coming down to the mostly embers and a few remnant flames. On to the third day. Long rest if you need to. I think you already have.
think it's time to get some rations, some supplies. Say what goodbyes we need.
Hearing discussion and plan of the fact that you're soon moving on, the villagers compile a travel hamper for you all with a number of rations and
No.
freshly stuffed bedrolls. That extra bit of comfort.
Oh. The comfy bedroll.
Jin's mask and ink-dyed straw hat are finished and ready. Everyone else is given a straw hat as a memento, should you wish to all rock up as a group wearing straw hats.
The straw hat Ronan.
That alerting Terrafae unusual DM.
Sorry.
I'll add a custom item for those, Pidge.
Say again.
I'll add a custom item for the straw hat and the
Yeah.
mask.
Right, I've temporarily paused direct messages, but how do I find out who's sending messages?
I'm not sure, but I think it's literally. I think someone has just joined.
Right.
Yeah.
As we kind of pack up, I'll look over at Jin and just new gear.
I don't think it's smart for me to go into Dragoon without at least giving myself an opportunity to hide.
Reasonable. What are you gonna do with your father's rings? You're not wearing them.
Not yet, no. Fey ring, I think I'll keep hidden.
Good plan.
Don't want to mess with that too much. It might become useful if we ever need to deal with anything of that sort. Who knows? Might benefit Ezra if he gets harassed too much.
Mm.
It might.
It might also work against us, I don't know.
Hard to say with Fae-related things.
Yeah. Ring of spell storing. Well, I was hoping to ask Zarazella for something, but she doesn't have a book right now, so she can't do that. Knack doesn't have any spells. It's worth it down at the moment. But maybe you could put some healing magic into it.
Maybe.
And I'll hand her the ring of spell storing. Kerecekian knows I don't do any magic.
Well, I'll have a look at it.
As for the ring of the stocks, and his facial expression goes a little bit more grim. I'll hold on to that. It'll come in handy.
Above table, how does the ring spell
Yeah, the
storing
ring
work
can
again?
store up to 5 levels worth of spells at a time.
Up to 5 levels worth of spells, so technically like
So,
two
yeah.
level 2s and 1 level 1?
Yeah. 1 level 5, 5 level
Okay.
1s, 2 2s
Okay.
and a 1.
I know what I want to put in there then.
Okay.
I'll put 2 prayers of healing. And first level spell is going to be...
When you try to cast anything else in it, it doesn't work.
Huh?
So you cast You cast a level 2 into it.
Yeah.
So what level's a prayer of healing?
Level 2.
So you cast one of your prayers of healing into it, and then you get the feeling nothing else will go in. I'll say because you're focusing your arcane power into it, I won't beat around the bush. You can tell it's full.
Oh.
So there's already something else in it.
Well, there's one healing spell in there, and 2 or 3 other spells I don't know about. But at least there's one healing spell in there.
I wonder if we can find out what's in there somehow.
I'm sure we could.
What would the old man put in that ring?
Probably something horrible.
Spell of excruciating pain.
Well,
Oh
doesn't
no.
need a spell for that one. I'll
Spell of
I'm sure we'll find someone who can
evil
figure it out.
glare.
But for now, let's keep in mind there's one prayer of healing and spell in there.
That's good. That will help.
I cast testicular torsion.
I'm immune. Sorry, boys. You rolled a 3 on the damage table. No, you want me to keep it, or do you want to take it? As someone who
No,
can't
keep
cast spells?
It might expand your capabilities when we are put through the ringer, as it were.
2, 3. She looks between like her 2 hands. Already 3 rings on in total. Pick a finger. Put it on.
So let me just read this ring again. The ring can store up to 5 levels worth of spells at a time. It says when found it contains 1d6 level blah blah blah. That's irrelevant because there's already shit in it. Any creature can cast a spell of level 1 through 5 into the ring by touching the ring as the spell is cast. The spell has no effect other than to be stored in the ring. If the ring can't hold the spell is expended without effect. The level of the slot used to cast the spell determines how much space it uses. Whilst wearing the ring, you can cast any spell stored in it. The spell uses the slot level, spell save DC, spell attack bonus, and spell casting ability of the original caster, but is otherwise treated as if you cast the spell. The spell cast from the ring is no longer stored in it, freeing up space. Yeah, so it doesn't enable you to determine what's already in there.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say, so it doesn't, if I wear it, it doesn't tell me what's in it. Okay. I'll have to analyze somehow then. Identified maybe what kind of spells are in there.
Maybe.
If this continues and we find more rings, we'll run out of fingers.
Yeah, well.
If you want to have brought it up near Sarazella, just for the sake of people that you know who can identify. I can identify as a ritual and thus don't need my book.
Oh. And I'll pull it off my finger again.
She identifies it over the course of approximately 11 minutes and determines there is a prayer of healing spell at level 2 and a summon fae at level 3.
Oh boy. Okay, let me just...
If you want to look up what the summon fae spell does, or I can read it to you now.
I mean...
You call forth a fae spirit. It manifests in an unoccupied space you can see within range. This corporeal form uses the fae spirit stat block. When you cast the spell, choose a mood: fuming, mirthful, or tricksy. The creature resembles a fae creature of your choice marked by the chosen mood, which determines one of the traits in its stat block. The creature disappears when it drops to 0 hit points or when the spell ends. The creature is an ally to you and your companions. In combat, the creature shares your initiative count, but it takes its turn immediately after yours. It obeys your verbal commands, no action required, and if you don't issue any, it takes the dodge action and uses its move to avoid danger.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just if it comes up and I want to use it, I'll just pull up the spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I suppose, and then Sarazella says you've got two choices. If you want to use the ring to store things that are being more beneficial to you, you could just cast it now and just let it expire. Summon forth a little spay spirit, a fey spirit.
No.
Okay, there, Sarazella.
Or you can, of course, keep the spell in there.
I mean, we might as well keep it for the time being because I can't cast above 2nd level anyways. So if we use the Prayer of Healing, it's probably just going to be replaced by another. Once I can cast higher level of magic, maybe I'll replace it.
You could always replace it with 3 wands. Or a 2 and a 1.
Yes, I realise.
I suppose the conversation would be how useful is a summoned fey to you all. No doubt it was more useful to your father. But I suppose he had his direct links and specific fey that he would summon. Could be useful.
If he's still alive, you may be able to get it out of him.
But anyway, at least you know now.
Thank you, Sarazella. And I'll just
Thank you.
put the ring back on the finger that I turned earlier.
So you'll be leaving soon? You've got all your things?
Yes.
She turns to Jen and you feel a pressure on your shoulder. You notice a small spectral blue hand. We will remain here for another day or two to ensure that Armin gets on his feet.
Thank you.
He's already doing well. I'm sure everything will be fine. Fortunately, you have a rather peaceful populace that seem to just want to continue about their business.
I'm glad for that.
Hopefully in the future they can perhaps feel maybe less detached from the top of the hill. Kind of seems like they're just getting on with their day, ignorant of everything that's happened. Not necessarily ignorant, but you know what I mean, without it affecting their day by day.
It's good that it isn't. Honestly, it is. But thank you. Thank you for helping out.
She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a sending stone. Gives it to you, Scath. You can use this once a day to send a message to me. I will have the other. So if you need to let us know about anything, or if you need to make contact, or when you find my book, gods, I hope you do, then at least you can make contact.
We will.
Is there anything else you all wish to do, say, achieve?
How many, just for keeping inventory, how many rations do we get? And then that's it.
Well, I mean, we'll just say over the course of the time there and the hampers. So you get 14 each, just a fresh 2 weeks.
To add to the current 26 I have in my bag.
Yeah.
How do you have 26? I had 6.
I had 7.
I had a rock.
I
I had 6 as well. Like.
Man is hoarding food.
Man eats too much.
or not enough by the look of it.
Or not enough, yeah.
I'll take a couple more water skins, though, just in case.
Yeah, I've got 2 water skins.
Yeah, I'll take 2 as well.
One thing before I do go, as I would go up to steal. I noticed when you came back you were unarmed. I don't know if you usually use weapons or what kind.
I mean, I can swing anything realistically. Just didn't really think I'd need one.
Well, I want you to have this, and I'll take my great axe off my back. She's served me well.
Just
When
looks
I
at you.
first got her from the guild in Salgard, she did say it was magical, but I've had her improved since then.
Oh,
She's pretty good.
nice. Hope you enjoy chopping stuff with it.
Oh, I did. But now I've got something a little better. I thought you could use it.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't picking up what you were putting down. She takes it off you. Nice. Swings it a couple of times.
Like, under my breath, like, just like, cough, say thank you, you brute.
I'll turn to Scath and like, which one? Which was?
Well, thank you very much. That was
Right.
nice of you.
Yeah. I don't need 2 weapons like that.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I see you needed one. There you go.
Need. No,
Well,
I suppose, if nothing else, it'll be a deterrent. Big lizard lass with a big axe. I wouldn't fuck
make
with me.
people think twice. Exactly.
She kind of just subtly flexes a bit. Bash. Beery. Comes over and gives Scath a 2 hard hug.
Yes, you brute.
Well, better go move some more rocks, I suppose. Don't die.
No more
Hopefully you
taking
get
any
her
red
butt
powder.
back. Oh, yeah. What red powder? Never heard of it. She turns and awkwardly starts moving away.
Yeah, give that like serious bit like, yeah. And then just turn to Salazar and again say, again, thank you for all the help.
I'd like to have done more. Would have made life a lot easier if I could have just once again took you to the doorstep.
The walk will do us some good.
It will.
Mm-hmm.
It will. I've got a lot of food I need to eat and walk off.
Clearly.
But don't worry, we will get your book back.
Here's hoping.
And then just embrace her for a hug.
She leans in and gives you a hug. Right then. There's no time like the present. The midday sun. Let's get you at least the first leg of the journey.
Let's head out.
Let's.
With goodbyes, goodbye. You make your way down the hill. Through the multiple layers into the village. Not too dissimilar to that of when you first arrived and you exited the cart. As you lay footfall into the ground level itself at the bottom of the hill, almost in tandem, all of the populace stop, turn to face you. They all bow.
I give them a deep bow back. And when I get back up, whoever may hear that is close enough. To better times. Stay strong. And I'll keep walking.
You make your way through the village to the other side. All of the villagers remain in bow until you're 20, 30 feet away. Then almost in a slow wave as you make your way through, they all relinquish the bow. As you approach the main two gates, the guards bow to you once again, Jin, and then start to open the gate. As you make your way outside the gate onto the blooming fields and the farmland, you're greeted by 4 relatively young-looking humans. They're all leading a horse. As they approach, they all offer out the reins to you all. You can take these if you'd like.
Just turn to the others, confused, looking on us. I'm Jin.
Only if you can miss them.
We've got plenty.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well.
They all pass over the reins and bow, make their way back out to the fields.
This is going to be interesting.
So, how do I get on this thing?
Do they have saddles?
Yeah. Very simple, but they're not bareback.
Good for the horse.
Yeah.
Because
Put your hand up. Have you ever ridden a horse? Because I haven't.
No.
Me neither. It's gonna be a sight for sure.
I'll just sort of. Oh no. Okay.
We'll figure
And
it
I'll
out.
go through the motions of explaining on how to get on a horse. That there's like a little thing you put your feet in, that like you hold yourself and you swing yourself over. And I'll very deftly just
I'll feel bad for this poor deer. This armor is so heavy. And I'm heavy.
Nah, this don't feel
Don't
right.
heavy.
As you all spend some time awkwardly figuring out how to mount your horses to alleviate at least some of the time on the journey,
We've always
perhaps you make your way beyond the castle limits of Doro Yosai. The large double gates are closed behind, and nothing but the remnant smoke of the ending pyre seen from the top. As you start riding your way eastward bound towards Dragoon City, that's where we will end for this week.
We have horses because things always happen good to the horses at the end of campaigns.
disposable transport. Because we'll forget about them somewhere. Or can't take them. Or get teleported to a place without them. And they'll just be in a stable somewhere else. That's fine.
Or what you could do is you could put them in your horse pocket.
Yes,
Just get a whistle and
Skyrim
summon
style.
him.
Yeah.
Well done, everybody. We have brought about some knowledge, some armament, some preparation, and some plans as we march eastbound into the unknown. We will see what will happen. And I'll be very surprised if there's not an initiative roll rolled next week. But we will see.
Find out.
We will see. You might turn into stealthy ninjas and
Yes.
who knows.
There's one thing I need to add. I would have probably during the 3 days spent making sure that my father's arm is no longer a fleshy arm, but just one of the bigger bones, and I would have put it in the bag of holding.
Reasonable.
So I don't carry around a chunk of rotten arm
Also,
with me.
You never make me roll my percentile.
I was going to say that's all I was waiting for.
right.
Yeah, roll it now if you want. I did say you won't know what it's for. It's not for castle shit.
73.
Okay. I was going to make you do it at the start of next session, but now I know what it is because you brought it up.
Hey, there we go.
Man, accordingly.
Well done, everybody. We'll be back next week for some more Terrafae Kerecekian duty action. Into the unknown. Whose box will we be ticking next? Probably Biggie's. Maybe Lucy's. Who knows? Who knows what happens in Dragoon?
Well, considering whose we've already had.
What happens in Dragoon?
Could be Scath's. Could be Jin's. Yes, well done, everybody. Thank you all for watching, as usual. We'll be back next week. Find us on the old YouTube if you want to catch up with the past action.
Mm-hmm.
But until next time, good evening
And good
and
night.
good night.
Until next
Good
time.
night.